Doing? Oh, hello everyone. I was just going to talk about my five top things today, but it happens that my dog ate my speech. I don't blame him because he was really hungry, very hungry, as a matter of fact. The good thing, the good thing about oh, it was a good thing. Wait. Appreciate the Laura. Sorry guys. Anyway, he was very hungry. So he wanted to apologize and he gave me a bone. It was a good thing he didn't it was a good thing he wasn't whoa. Shoot. It was a good thing it wasn't the neighborhood's cat. Then I would be in trouble. I would be in trouble with the NCA for murder. By the way, folks, the NCA means the National Cat Association. Uh, the first thing, the first thing they would throw at me, besides the books, would be all the herbals they collected on their last meeting.
Tactical nuke incoming!
Thanks, this all for that following. Uh, Anyway, I took a quick look at my dog and he was laughing. He laughed so hard that he almost went into a coma. Ouch. I feel sorry for that poor thing already. But he did apologize and gave me a bone. It was a good thing he stayed at. It was a good thing he stayed home. It was a good thing he stayed home. Otherwise, he would have to uh, he would have to give more bones than what he could afford. Poor guy. Imagine wasting a lot of money on just giving out bones for apologies. But he did want to apologize, and with all of to all of you, he sends his love and promises that he won't do that again. But he will be expecting a steak with a side of cat and the funnies for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Just don't tell that to Alf because he'll fly backward into his ship and fight for the cat. Uh, that would be another fine mess the NCA would have to clean up and forget about their nightly games where they play for fish and it is under the table. And so I want to welcome you all. If you get your drinks and snacks, go ahead, grab them up and enjoy the rest of the show, folks. And welcome to Leon's Corner. So it's time for the usual updates. But before I do that, I wanna, of course, introduce the one and only, my co-host and partner in crime, Shantay the Geek.
Hey, sexy piece.
So, how are you doing?
Doing great.
And how's everybody on TV Land doing? So, to begin the updates, as mentioned before, not so long ago, or maybe few light years away, or it was yesterday, uh, AMP coming up with different things. So, there's a karaoke section coming soon. And if you guys remember that challenge where I had to play a game and I didn't succeed, I had to take one of these babies. Now it's Shantae's turn.
Alrighty.
So,
So, hey, this is for his announcement. So, coming to the Geek Show is some more, some more Raid Shadow Legends gameplay, and also I'm going to bring in Mecha Ring and a few others that my PC could handle. And I still have the channel for redemption for these six suckers.
yes, same here.
And I also owe my channel if you either sub or gift a sub and live, I will
Is that what I think it is, folks?
eat one of these whole. So that's what's coming.
And do take a note about the following karaoke challenge, host
Yep.
versus host. This will be interesting because it's time for Shante to take part on stage, and we're gonna have a battle of karaoke live.
Mhm.
Also, in that, I'm thinking it's still on the works having a karaoke, like I say, a karaoke session and uh, event involving karaoke. Those
Yeah.
are things coming soon,
Yeah.
but this challenge will be a promising one. And one other one would be the tag team karaoke challenge.
Yep.
And with the karaoke challenges, we pick the songs. You guys will have the pleasure to be the judges, and you'll rate us from 1 to 10. You guys know the system. And whoever loses will nuke a whole can of these babies.
Hmm.
So what's on the neck of on your neck of the woods, Shante? Anything
Oh,
else to add?
oh, also, just to let our viewers know, every time one of you activate his channel point to eat one of these,
Oh yeah.
will join him with one.
Hey guys, double, bubble, toil and trouble, double the trouble.
Yep.
And also, I've been wanting to tell you guys, I do have channel points which you can redeem as well.
Yeah. But his channel point sounds alerts are not active while we're using Melon. Just to let you guys know. We will refund your channel point if you do redeem those.
So, anybody has any plans for the weekend? I know what I'm gonna do. Probably just stay home, lie down, watch some cartoons. Just kidding. I have stuff to do anyhow.
Yeah.
But yeah, just the usual.
Yeah. Oh, news of no Fred. Newsflash. All right. You you guys won't see me around for 2 months. I am heading back east for a wedding.
Hey, he'll be having the grandest time of his life. Well, I sing. She. Sorry, guys. It's still an old habit of mine. She'll have the grand old time of her life as he joins the rest of his family in the wonderful North Carolina. While I'm sinking in this hot pit, which is close to
Mhm.
the devil's home.
Yep. But before we start, I have a special announcement from a special guest.
Bring him over. That's good to know, R2.
If anyone is wondering what he said is, "Hi, how are you?" and enjoy the show. So, what's the topic we want to start with?
Well, as I know, anything goes, and I mean anything, but but not likely things
Yeah,
or the naughty things.
or the kitchen sink.
Yes, somebody just had wreck everything but the kitchen sink. That's
Yep,
true.
true, true.
I'd,
But
I'd call
okay,
that. Continue.
okay. So in the news, of nerdum just came in. If anyone plays a game called Disney Magic Kingdoms, Disney has released to the devs Indiana Jones.
And we all know it's to celebrate the commemoration of the new movie coming to theaters, or rather to Disney Plus.
Yep,
And
yep,
we do hope, I mean, I'm assuming later on we're gonna see the young Indiana Jones
yep,
Chronicles film.
yep. Once the rest of the movies have been released to Disney to put on Disney Plus, then they will definitely add that.
Hey, that would be awesome.
Yep,
Well, except that, yeah, there's some disappointing times where the House of Mouse fell apart, but
yep,
that's a different story.
yeah. But that was during the time frame before Iger came back.
And one thing that's shocking me, and you had mentioned constantly, was that Iger decided to help out because they're doing kind of bad right now.
Yeah.
Is he'll have to fire himself or actually somehow save up to the restoration or the uh, somehow credibility of the channel again.
Mhm. What it is, what it is he's not just laying off other employees, but he's also laying himself off
Yeah, actually, he's taking the ultimate sacrifice for
to
the
save,
company.
yeah, to save the company money, and he's doing it in a way no other CEO minus Disney himself
I know
would have done.
Walt would have done the same thing. I mean,
Yeah,
there's no doubt about it.
because quality is more important than quality. No, no,
Quantity,
no, 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 no.
quantity.
Quantity is not
You know,
what should be important.
you just remind me of a favorite anime, which is Food Wars. Oh, oh yeah, that's right. You just reminded me of that. My favorite anime, Food Wars. Remember, there was a saying on the song where they say it's not about the quantity but the quality. I guess what we're trying to say is that's the basic idea both Iger and Walt share
Hmm.
in their vision.
Yeah. One thing I noticed about the Disney company as a whole is they kept one ideal that was the basis of the company, which is Disney would still exist as long as there's imagination left in the world.
So, kids, keep on living your dreams, going for your goals, and
Mhm.
move on forward.
A better way to describe this, adults, bring out your inner child because that's where the magic is. So, any news in the anime world?
Well, right now, I haven't been able to catch up, being the fact that I've been tied up with different other projects. But I know for sure they had rebooted uh, Trigon.
Mhm.
I don't know how it is, what the changes were made, but I'm sure it's gonna be better.
Mhm.
Just thinking of what they did with Fullmetal Alchemist, where they rebooted the whole story, and
Yeah.
extended it.
Another news is they just launched, I think it was this week or next week, will be the launch to Disney Plus Ahsoka.
Wow, cool. Now a lot of people's in question with that one, and you do remember
Yeah,
why everybody was questioning that show.
yeah,
I mean, of course, we all Star Wars geeks out there. We know the whole story,
mhm,
and most of us have read the books. Most of us have not gone
yeah,
as far as,
yep,
but sometimes a show could put the whole project on jeopardy, and that's why uh, there's been questions about Ahsoka at this point.
yeah, true. That is true.
I mean, I'm sure there were some questions as the Mandalorian and the
Mhm.
other series, because
Yeah,
we do remember, we know that everything ended with Luke and Leia,
yeah,
and then the Disney decided to go over beyond what we knew, and
yeah. But great fact here. The reason being behind going further from the original six was there were storyline script stacked up. This pie of stuff Lucas either cut out of episodes 4 through 6, and also stuff that was cut out of 1 through 3.
Do you remember that whole thing of
The big later,
the Commander Lucky and Darth
yeah,
Vader? I
yeah,
mean,
that,
guys, this is like kind of a weird thing because if you guys haven't seen this video, this was actually what we're gonna tell you was actually going to be on the movie, but Lucas felt like it shouldn't be there because we all know Darth Vader as being this cruel, sinister, uh,
this cruel, sinister ex Jedi.
so if you look at this video, you're gonna say, was really Darth Vader?
In love, which is forbidden either in the Jedi or the Sith.
Yeah, I wonder how Emperor Palpatine was born then. I mean, you gotta think about it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
It's like you
yeah,
say. It's like you say, what comes first, the chicken and the egg? You cannot have chickens if you don't have the eggs, but you cannot have eggs if you don't have the chickens. Where the
yeah,
hell you're gonna get both of
yeah,
them?
yeah. But yeah, yeah, that is true. But
So I mean, also if there's that thing, if love was forbidden, well, yeah, Anakin did broke that cardinal rule amongst the
yeah,
Jedi, but
to
there
me,
were others that
yeah,
had done it. So
yeah,
there,
yeah, yeah, yeah. But the way a lot others did it was in a way that it wasn't considered forbidden.
oh geez, so you're gonna throw the books at one side but not the other?
Yeah. But no, it is possible for, if you look deeply into the lore, especially the whole concept of the Force, you could understand that some Jedi or Sith were conceived by the Force.
Well, somebody better explain then how Anakin was born, because we don't know, and Schmidt doesn't tell us much about it.
Yeah, but if you
That's
look,
the other.
I know, if you look deeper into it, there it does scream a little bit that she was conceived by the midi chlorine.
And another question: how could somebody have more midichlorians than Yoda himself? I mean, you're talking about a master,
Yeah,
and
that,
when Qui-Gon gave the ratings to he gave the ratings to Obi-Wan, he was like, I think he was shocked that he almost passed out because I mean
yeah,
it's not normal on a
yeah.
regular kid.
But like I was saying, the possible reason is because of the conception by the media chlorine.
The question is, how can I get them and where can I get them?
Just believe it, the force.
That
All
must,
of us have media chlorine
you
in
know,
us.
you know, it just brought me back to the movie Robin Hood Men on Tights here.
I know.
Remember, you remember the whole scene with the everybody and Feather Dog and the or I mean what was and they were talking about circumcision and everybody's like, oh, I wanna get one, I wanna get two. Oh yeah, and then Chris Tuck tells them, well, I do this, gets a carrot, gets his little axe thing, and chops the carrot and says, yeah, so you put your thing here, Tuck, it's off. And then everybody's like, nah, you know what? I don't want it anymore. And the other guy's like, oh, I wouldn't look good like that.
Yeah.
But yeah. Hey guys, just for record, sometimes things could get nutty.
Yeah.
So we're what are oh,
Um.
but
Nah. I
no.
just. I'm
Come
just.
on,
No.
spill the beans.
I'm laughing about that scene.
You know, one guy wanted to have it twice. Imagine what would have happened if he went with it. He would
Oh
he would
man.
he would be screaming worse than the other guy at the end. Remember? Ah! Oh, yeah, yeah. And Father Tokyo's like, I just put some ice on it and you'll be fine. But yeah,
Yep, yep, yep. Ándale.
yepa, yepa, ándale, ándale, arriba, arriba, yeah. Where's that pussy gato?
Ay, güey. Ese
Uh,
pussy cat. Arriba.
ese pussy gato está llegándome hasta la coronilla.
Ay, güey.
So yeah, anyway.
But yeah. Oh, no.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. Thanks.
It's alright. Jingle bells.
No.
Batman.
Smells Robin
Robin
Leatherneck.
Leatherneck.
Batmobile lets his little Joker run away. Hey!
This is what we do throughout this show.
Damas y caballeros, para los que no saben qué está pasando aquí, bienvenidos al programa Geeks Live. Conmigo está mi socio y mi pareja en crimen, Shantae. We're not even back.
Oops. I didn't check.
Yeah, I just got the beep here right now.
Yeah.
And I was talking.
Yeah. And it didn't fit like a glove.
Nope. Hey, if it fits, it works. If it doesn't fit, then you know it doesn't. Okay,
All right.
so anyway, uh, uh, damas y caballeros, como estaba diciendo, para los que no saben qué rollos está pasando aquí, este es el show de la vida de los geeks o nerds o en fin. Ah, a mi lado se encuentra mi pareja y mi pareja en crimen Shantae y estábamos hablando de Star Wars hace unos minutos, um, y la pregunta era cómo es si el amor estaba prohibido entre los Jedi y los Sith, cómo es que hubieron hijos de estas dos generaciones, nadie sabe, es como decir que vino primero el huevo o el pollo, pero si no hay huevos no hay pollos y si no hay pollos no hay huevos, al menos que haya un gallo. Pero si no hay gallos tampoco, entonces, en fin, como podrán saber, esto es lo que pasa cuando estamos juntos y especialmente cuando hacemos este tipo de shows. Um, también estábamos discutiendo otras cosas. What was the other stuff we were talking about?
I have no idea.
Como que se le fue el patín. En fin.
I eat stupid. Pero,
Oh yeah, we were talking about Darth Vader and the
Sí.
Pink Vader.
sí.
Ah, sí, también algo que sabemos de las guerras de la galaxia y es cierto, pero fue cortado, eliminado de la película, es cuando Vader está dando o hablando de los planes para destruir a la rebelión. Um, se encuentra en una situación rara con una persona o mujer que está vestida igual que él, pero en rosado. Por eso el lema es, bueno, nadie quiere ver el lado suave hablando de Vader, porque, en fin, él es rudo, cruel y injusto. Y para enseñar ese lado de Vader fue la idea de Lucas de no hacerlo, quitar eso.
Oh, ready? So, oh,
Go.
one thing I want to say, happy Pride Month again. Every month is Pride
You know,
Month to me.
how ironic. You just wave the flag and I'm wearing the colors of the...
Transgender.
Ok, damas y caballeros, para los que no entendieron esto, él, él levantó la bandera del Pride en referencia a toda la comunidad gay y los colores que estoy usando son los de los transgenders, que es el, el rosado y el azul. Hey, yo soy 100% hecho y derecho,
Sí,
pero soy un aliado.
sí.
Y mis colores favoritos son el rosa y el azul y el celeste, así que eso
Sí,
no me hace.
sí. So,
Pero fue una coincidencia, yo no sabía que iba a pasar
mhm,
esto, así que no fue planeado.
sí.
So guys, I'm gonna tell you, I'm 100% straight. So just because I'm wearing the transgender colors, that doesn't make me one. I'm what's
Nope.
considered an ally,
Uh-huh.
and that's it. This wasn't even planned to
Yep.
begin with.
Yep.
So I mean,
Yep. 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 But like I've always have said that the straight community, if you have a open heart and understanding, you are an ally to the pride community. So this channel and mine are LGBTQIA plus friendly and no bullying or hate towards that community will not be tolerated at all.
damas y caballeros, este show uh, es uh, amigable cuando se trata de la comunidad gay. So, no vamos a tolerar el bullying ni vamos a tolerar gente hablando mal de ellos. Si en caso,
Add,
¿ah?
add.
En caso de que tengan problemas con ello, déjenmelo saber o Ashante y vamos a hablar directamente con ustedes acerca de ello. Pero no vamos a tolerar el bullying, el prejuicio y hacia otras personas.
Homer Elsie shall come, emails in with story and tells John to leave dirty homeless alone. Second body found at the Capitol downtown, and we were wondering if it's Brett or his people.
Sorry guys, there was a news coming in. Como dije, somos amigables entre la comunidad gay, tanto como mi canal, el de Shantae no va a tolerar los insultos, el bullying y los prejuicios hacia la comunidad gay. Si esto llega a pasar, diríjanse con nosotros, vamos a hablar de ello. Y si llega hasta el punto de, si llega hasta otro punto, entonces van a haber otra clase de acciones que se van a tomar al instante.
Sí.
So all I'm saying is my channel and Shantae's channel is LGBT friendly, or as we all know, gay community friendly. So we're not gonna tolerate bullying. We're not gonna tolerate judgment. We're not gonna tolerate uh,
Hey,
things,
hey.
hate. If that should happen, you either communicate with me or Shantae. We're gonna talk about it, and if this goes escalates, other actions will be taken
Uh huh.
because we don't tolerate bullying,
No. And
especially to a community such as this.
yes. And one thing is even Twitch does not tolerate it at all. And if Twitch sees it from you, they will your channel.
Take immediate action.
Mm-hmm.
Twitch también está en el mismo plan. Si Twitch se llega a enterar de los sucesos, entonces Twitch va a tomar acciones drásticas e inmediatas.
But yeah. Give me a second. You go ahead, Leon, and say whatever is on your mind, and I'll be right back. I need to give me some to drink, and I'll be right back.
Sure, go ahead. So, anyway, guys, how's
Talking about
um,
this, like,
Uh,
rogue
this-
bot.
yeah, that's true. You're talking like a robot.
it happened. It happens when I'm using the headphones
Uh,
because of listening to you, and I'm trying to, and I'm also hearing myself at the same time.
oh, so anyway, yeah, there's a lot coming up soon, guys. Um,
So I'm gonna say the rest.
get ready for the best.
One of them.
Yeah.
Get ready for the best, and um,
You're not supposed to be drinking those.
those are for the trip. Do you want some of my
No.
cherries?
No, I've been clearing it down. Look, I won't continue because I got my big, huge Leo too. So I just wanted something that's small and quick.
So yeah, so I mean, there's more to come. Believe me. Um, Me and Shante were working on things from time to time and putting our heads into these shows. We want to bring you the best, and
Ready? Okay. That
um,
is a lot better.
damas y caballeros, como estaba diciendo, um, yo y Shante estamos trabajando lo más fuerte posible, estamos uniendo nuestras cabezas. ¡Hey! No en ese sentido, para aclarar, pero para poner más cosas. al programa
Yep.
y queremos darles lo mejor.
Yep.
Y por eso estamos trabajando a veces hasta, hasta el cansancio.
See.
I'm getting all sorts of echoes.
Oh. Hold on.
Wait, give me a second, I'll just pause it.
Oh.
We're almost. Oh, what
Is
the?
that better?
Yeah, but that was another break? Jesus Christ. We're talking on the fucking breaks. Yeah. Just talking.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. So like I was saying before, we got hit with another commercial. Me and Sean were putting our heads together, and no, I'm not talking about that, guys. So if you guys have a creepy idea, that's not what I'm talking about. But we are working in different projects to add on to our podcast because we want to bring you the best that we can. So we've been working even up to that point that if it kills us, because we want to bring the best to you guys.
Yeah. Yep.
Mm. Um, so yeah, um, there's so guys, there's also some movies coming out, and I just remembered there's another Spider-Man movie.
Yep.
Um,
Into the Spider Verse.
and they say hopefully the ending of it.
Actually, that is going to be the ending for the Spider series. Is the Spider into the Spider Verse?
Then of course we had what else they were bringing? And they
Okay.
were
They
just
already brought out Volume 3 of your Cookie Space Odyssey kind of heroes with a talking tree.
uh oh right, the another
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3.
why wasn't I was surprised on that.
Also, there's going to be another in the works. There's going to be another Avatar.
Oh no, not another one.
Mm-hmm. Marvel wants to keep going.
I think they should end it. You know what happened after the first Avatar, and they went on with the second one.
Yeah. Avatar, and then
What the?
talking about water and what.
Uh, what's gonna be next? Fire? Wind?
I
No, they
think,
already did wind. Never
yeah,
mind.
I think they were actually going to start keep on going.
Earth?
Yeah, with the different, almost the same length of storyline as like that the anime series went through. So it's like they want to go that way. It's like that, but a different light on it.
Hey, one way to put it. Remember that guy from Evil Zone?
Yeah,
KF Tempo Wind?
yeah.
Fire, earth, wood, water, metal.
Yeah, I know. I remember that.
What's this? Why are we getting into nature now?
I have no idea.
No, then again, it also goes with alchemy. So
Yeah. Oh,
and
sorry guys, if it sounded like I was talking with my mouth full, but I had to swallow my mad pills.
guys, sorry if we got into alchemy for a reason. I don't know what the hell I was thinking about when I said that.
No, it was because I brought up Avatar.
Damas y caballeros, si no saben acerca del alquimismo, es la combinación entre la ciencia y la magia. Todos dicen que es crítico y es magia negra, pero tanto como en la magia blanca, la magia negra, la magia, hay todo tipo de magias. El alquilismo es la combinación de magia con ciencia, es lo que es.
Yep.
I was just telling the folks about a little thing about alchemy, which was basically the combination of both magic and science.
Yep. If a lot of you guys don't understand the whole aspect of Avatar, it is talking about the the four elements that the Earth was developed off of:
Wait.
Earth, wind, fire, and water.
Are we talking about the regular avatar or the crappy avatar?
No,
We're
talking
talking about
about
the
the
last airbender. Okay,
Last
okay, okay.
Airbender.
Okay, so yeah, I just wanted
I
to make sure.
prefer the Last Airbender over that Disney Avatar bull.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure because for a
Because I
moment I
was not
felt
a
out
fan
of
of it
place.
after I got out of the movie theater of the first Avatar. I just did not like the way they went with it. The whole Avatar story. It was like,
Bueno, lo que le pregunté a Shantae era que lo siguiente, si estamos hablando de la película ridícula que sacó Disney o el último Airbender, que fue una de las series de Nickelodeon hace años atrás, para aclarar, y lo que ella dijo fue que estábamos hablando de eso, no la ridiculez con la que Disney salió antes. Y ahora hay otra, van a poner otra parte. They're making another Avatar.
yeah.
So, I mean, what the hell are they thinking?
And,
Who smoked what?
yeah. And if some of you guys don't know, but that other Avatar, yeah, the other Airbender.
I think we're on to commercial.
No, we're not.
I
We're
thought I
not.
saw commercial break.
It was already ended, and you were talking when it was getting ready to end.
Oh, damn it. Again?
Again.
What the hell is wrong with me? But anyway, go on.
Like I was going to say, so what I was saying stuff is, okay, now I lost my freaking.
We're talking about Avatar.
Oh yeah. Okay. The whole, we say the new Avatar, the Last Airbender, that's going to be brought out is live action, which should not be even touched as live action because to me, if even if they got their facts right and got information correctly and worked with Nickelodeon, I think it would still be a piece of shit, in my opinion.
Well, that didn't happen with Good Burger.
Yeah, but I'm just saying is that if Nickelodeon was is fully involved, I'm saying if Nickelodeon is fully involved, and in you say making sure everything is legit to the anime to their animated creation and all that, then okay, then it would be good.
Why you think? Why you think Akira Toriyama hated Dragon Ball GT so much
Mm-hmm.
that he didn't consider
It's
that
part of the
not
franchise.
even being a canon?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the storyline sucked.
Yeah,
The only good thing about it was two things: the Super Saiyan level 4, which made Goku a tyrant in some sort of a way, a creepiest looking monkey guy
yeah,
with red fur, but and the combination of both Android 17s. But other than that, it was so crappy that, man, I wish I should have shut the TV before continue watching it. And I saw
there
every single one.
there were even actual TV cartoons. After the first episode, I'm going like this. I'm not watching it anymore. And there was one that still is aired to this day, and I wish they just take it off the freaking air.
Which one?
Teletubbies.
Oh, damas y caballeros, hay un programa que por años fue lo peor de lo peor y muchos papás, de hecho muchos papás estuvieron disgustados. Fue la idea de los Teletubbies. Y como dijo Shantae, no hubiera existido ese show, pero yo creo que por eso la gente hoy en día no actúa bien, no está en sus cabales, mucho por ese show.
Oh, another show, and this one's a Nickelodeon show that I think is being, you say, overdone. And the main character is annoying as fuck.
Oh no, no, not that.
Okay,
All the
Apart-
characters are annoying except for
annoying.
one.
except for one who is a evil genius. But his evil genius always backfires.
Come on, have you heard SpongeBob's partner? Hey, SpongeBob, let's go jellyfish hunting. Oh, good. That was okay. I'm
Really
freaking.
good.
I'm freaking my.
Patrick.
I'm
That was a
freaking
really
myself
good
now.
Patrick. That was a really good Patrick. But to me, is that the first season, okay, was all right. Second season was pretty good. Once they got to the point like that of you say doing some of the movies based off the series, okay, that was good.
I'm gonna agree.
But they kept going and kept going and kept going, and it's like
I'm gonna agree with the ones with Merman. Those were good.
yeah,
I'm
those
gonna agree with
episodes were
those.
my favorite. Were the ones with
Merman and Barnacle
Barnacle
Boy. I'm gonna agree.
Yeah.
Those were okay.
Yeah.
But other than that, and the movies, well, the one with Michael Hasselhoff.
Yeah. Yeah,
That was just hilarious.
The two movies that had him in there, and also that special, that birthday thing and stuff like that they did, so like that for SpongeBob, so where he was present and everything in that too. So, okay, yeah, we still got time before another act, right? But yeah, it's just some of these shows. It's like they try to make them to be aimed towards kids, and it's like
you know what?
Themselves.
They don't know what they've been smoking because those shows are, you can see those are adult
I
orientation.
have okay. If you guys recognize,
Ciertos shows que la compañía Nickelodeon hizo eran más que todo para adultos.
okay, if you guys, okay, there's another cartoon. It's not Nickelodeon, but there's another cartoon that was, you say, aimed towards kids. Hey, I've heard this also as the point where I'm addicted to it, but but the show, uh, give me
What
a
are you
second
talking
here.
about? Oh no! Somebody get me out of here! I can't stand this! I don't know what's worse, this or SpongeBob. Uh,
Yeah, Baby Shark. But hey, like he was talking about, you say if SpongeBob was more annoying than that, and dude, this is what
Shark
makes
is
him.
more annoying
That
than
this was what
SpongeBob.
makes SpongeBob annoying.
oh no.
That's what makes SpongeBob annoying.
No! You're wrong. You know what makes SpongeBob more annoying? I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. And we're gonna break.
Yep. Ends in 24, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Roll.
Hay muchos shows de los que que eran para niños, pero tenían temas adultos y todavía existen. No crean que eso ha pasado.
But to me, my favorite cartoon character, and it's actually a character based off of a comic strip. And there was, you say, three different versions of them, and here's their laughs.
Uh-oh. Oh, yeah.
All at once. Why so serious? No, no, it's not silly. No, look at it. I love Heath Ledger. Oh man. Yes.
Ah,
Yeah.
that was
That
tricky.
was, to me, the best Joker out there is Heath Ledger's Joker.
Hey, I think it's still good
Yeah,
if
I
you.
think it's been good, but he was outdone by
Uh,
Heath.
yeah, not to mention Jack Nicholson, who almost neglected to take the part on. The only reason why he did that was because he was threatened that Robin Williams was going to take his place.
Yeah,
Yeah, smart move on Warner Brothers, but also a piece of people.
yeah. But to me, the one thing, the reason why Heath Ledger, I made the Joker sound like what you heard in the little clip and the soundbite was, to me, he brought out the comic book.
So did
Yeah,
Nicholson.
yeah, he did, but more of a darker Joker. Heath Ledger brought in more of a dark Joker.
Well, Mark Hamill kind of did
Did that
too on
too
the last lap, if
on the
you
last lap.
remember.
Yeah, yeah. But if you look at Mark Hamill was inspired by Heath Ledger's Joker and everything. So it was like there was, you say, some connection between both forms of the Joker.
And then Hitler was pretty much um,
Inspired
by
by
his predecessor,
yeah,
Jack
yeah,
Nicholson.
by the, you say, the Joker.
Well, if you go back into the 60s, which was when the Joker was played by Cesar Romero,
Mm-hmm.
it was more of a comic relief than reckon.
Evil.
Yeah, I mean, but then again, it was a bad time for comic books. They had to
Yeah,
lighten up because of
yeah.
all the arguments and
Mm-hmm. And it was like, oh, comic books should be family friendly, and blah 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 blah. You know what I think about that?
yeah, you're
I
doing
know,
that
I
on
know, I
my
know, but
time,
I'm
and I
just
think
being
I'm gonna
right out
get in
honest.
trouble about that.
No, I'm not. No, 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 no.
But it's the honest truth.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's just, it was ridiculous. It's because
whoever came up with the yeah could suck a nut.
yeah, whoever created the extreme rating system should just suck on nuts.
No, no, but here's the thing, and like I said before, it's not the people who created the stuff. It's the parents who let their kids see
Mm-hmm.
whatever they want.
Amen. Preach it, preach it, preach it, preach it, preach it.
That's the whole thing.
Parents
Parents,
make the kids, not the TVs, not the movies, not the radio, not the books. It's the parents that make the kids who they are.
and look, just for to go on to record, violence existed way beyond our time. So
Violence was mentioned a lot on radio, which was technically the first act of television.
yeah, but beyond our time,
Beyond,
since the caveman
there was
days.
kids outside watching the freaking Civil War.
So I mean, if you're a parent, freaking said something about, or your kid got hurt because of this, you know what? You're stupid. I'm
Because if you
sorry
look at it,
because you're
violence.
the one who let your kid in the first place. Sorry, I didn't mean to bag on you parents, but I mean, you
Oh,
don't regulate what your kids watch, and then you go out and say out on the public saying, "Oh, my kid got hurt. Oh, I lost my kid because of this program, because of this game." But you don't pay any attention to what's going on.
yeah. Because if you look at it, no, no,
You let your kid do
actually,
that.
if you look at actually violence around kids dates back to even the Roman time frame. Because families would pay money to go to the freaking Colosseum to watch someone get killed by a lion.
Yeah, that was their entertainment.
Yeah,
No,
so that was television way back then. So kids were watching violence even during that era. So it's not entertainment's fault. It's not the author's fault.
it's you, the parent, who
It's
raised your
you, the
kid
parents, that don't want to raise your kids
how they
correctly.
were supposed to be
You'll be
raised.
raised. It's like there's a wonderful saying, and I was taught this growing up. You raise the kids the way you were raised, and vice versa. You keep that chain going. Because if you break that chain and try to raise kids the way you weren't raised, 50, you have 50% of the chance that the kids will end up not being raised correctly.
Lo que está pasando aquí, damas y caballeros, es que estamos en un momento crítico. Y como estábamos diciendo, es que todos los padres siempre le echan la bola a los juegos, a las películas, a la televisión, al medio artístico, cuando es culpa del padre por no poner atención a lo que su hijo estaba viendo. Obviamente, y luego han pasado situaciones. And you remember the Beavis and Butthead incident, right?
Yes.
This kid, we don't know, did he die or he was seriously injured just because he saw that on Beavis and Butthead?
The kid
Yeah.
was he actually injured himself really bad
So
from repeating something he saw from the assembly.
lo que pasó una vez, en una ocasión, un padre estaba disgustado con los medios porque su hijo o hija, no recuerdo bien, vio algo en el programa de Beavis y Butthead y paró sumamente herido en el hospital.
Mm-hmm. It it was like that couple incidents and stuff like that where there were some kids and stuff, different places in the U.S. But there were some kids that repeated some wrestling moves in their backyard and got seriously injured, and the parents went and tried to sue the WWE and the WAF, and it didn't pan out.
Han habido muchos incidentes en los que los niños tienen a copiar muchas cosas y hubo un incidente donde unos niños estaban jugando luchas y cuando estos pararon heridos, los padres estaban enojados con la cadena WWF, o más bien dicho WWE, porque lo vieron en las luchas. Now, folks, here's the bottom line. That's why we had a rating system. And you know, the rating system appeared in the 90s just because of that reason, right? So, I mean, that's why we have the rating system where you go from G to R and not beyond R because beyond R is
Clearly rated. What they call anything above R is rated X.
X double X. But,
Yeah.
but we're not
Okay,
talking about
anything above R is considered porn. And in the Hollywood industry, that's what above R is. Because R is restricted. That's what the R stands for. And what is nudity, extreme sex, extreme blood, you name it.
And you could see that on PG-13, but it wasn't as bad.
That's not bad because it's muted down a little bit when it's PG-13.
Here's the thing, and I went by this. I when back then I could see stuff like G and PG. As far as PG, occasionally I was able to see PG-13, but
Yeah, I was allowed PG-13 once I hit junior high.
But I mean, that's where the rating system was created on the
Yeah,
90s, but
yeah.
it became an epic failure because, of course, the parents still let their kids do what
Not
they
not
wanted.
just that, not just
Even
that, but
video games, Mortal
yeah,
Kombat, look what happened.
yeah.
They even made a code where blood would be cancelled, and the only way to get the blood was
She entered a special code to reveal it and everything, because of that censorship.
another versions instead of blood. It was a green thing,
Hmm. Um,
but
but yeah,
still,
also on top of that and stuff, from a lot of understanding research I've done and everything, but is that a lot of shows that have you say like wrestling eventually have started bringing it up during you say the taping of it, it would be mentioned. This one saying would be announced:
these are
"Don't try this at home."
these are professionals. Do not try this
This
at
at home.
home.
You would hear that a lot on a lot of shows that
Eh,
do a lot of like you say professional related stuff, and you would hear that saying
they're
that
trained
line,
professionals. Do not.
"Try this at home."
Um, yeah, like on Jackass and shit like this.
Jackass,
Viva la
yeah,
Bam.
Bam, you name it. It's like any of those kind of
But
shows and stuff like that. They
este es
would,
el problema. A ver, el sistema fue creado en los 90 y luego llegó a pasar a la historia porque obviamente los padres no quisieron entender y todo se desplomó. Ya nadie habla del sistema de, de ese sistema. Ahora todos hacen lo
and
que
and
les
things
dice.
have gone even worse with the rating system to the point now where the the FCC has gotten even stricter with it to the point where it's even there's even censorship on online on the internet.
Music too.
Hmm. The FCC has now required all artists to do two
Uh oh, we're on
versions.
break. We're on break.
Well, we are on break. Okay. All right. Okay. I need to set a timer from now on. All
That's
right.
why I like
Okay.
doing this.
So I was saying stuff is that not as a even you see like with music artists now they're required to make two versions of their songs.
The full
The
version
full
and
version, which is with explicit content,
explicit.
and that album has to have that label on it saying explicit content, parent advisory. It has to be on the front cover.
Parental advice or something
Parent
like that.
advisory. Explicit content has to be mentioned on the front of the album, and then a
There's the
clean
unrated
version
version.
has to be released too.
Well, the unrated version, which they'll sing, what they'll do is they'll sing the same song, but they'll just
They'll
leave.
mute
They'll leave out the bad language out of it.
what they call beeping.
So
Bleeping is
they'll
actually the
block
term.
they'll
Yeah,
block it.
yeah. What they
So
call
you'll
it in the
hear
FCC is bleeping.
so you'll hear the song, and when it goes to
To the
the
cuss word, you
and
won't
you
hear it.
won't hear it. It's
No.
like I remember hearing the edited version of one of Eminem's songs, which was "Stand," and that song.
Mhm. Or no, there's a
So
bunch of, and if you look at a lot of people didn't know this, but uh, Slim Shady is a Marshall would actually have a copy of his stuff. He would have an uncensored copy for himself, so that he could play it in his car when his daughter was with him.
I mean, todo se perdió
He was
cuando
a big supporter of the whole rating system with music.
cuando se vino abajo todo el sistema de de qué puedes ver, a qué edad se vino para abajo, todo se perdió. De hecho, la música, cuando uno compraba a fuerza, tenían que haber dos versiones, la editada y la edición normal. So, en la edición normal, pues, uno puede oír todo el track hasta con lo malo, pero en la versión editada es diferente porque uno oye el track, pero cuando llega el punto de que esta persona va a decir algo malo, es como si uno hiciera stop y luego la, vuelven a cantar. O sea, es raro. Y eso fue lo que hizo las compañías disqueras. Aparte de poner en el disco, ok, si es de edición no editada, de poner uh, parent, what was it?
Parent advisory.
No, yeah, parent advisory, que significa que los es una forma de decir que bajo los padres pueden oír esa versión. Sin embargo, la no editada solo dice violencia, esto y lo otro.
But like I was saying and stuff, that okay, add in those mementos.
We still have time.
Yeah. Okay, like I was saying stuff. A lot of the other musicians didn't really like the whole parent advisory. You say they're doing the two different versions. The only one and stuff that was very supportive of it was Marshall Matters and stuff like that, Eminem, because of him being a father. So he was very behind that whole rain system with the music and
No,
everything.
no a muchos les gustó la idea de que editaran sus proyectos, pero sin embargo tenía que ser a fuerza y el único que estuvo de acuerdo en el plan era ah, Marshall, más bien conocido como Eminem. El motivo por que él sigue esas reglas es porque por su hija.
Mm-hmm. He, if you look at him, he was one of those. I mean, he loved his daughter so much that he wanted to protect her from that kind of listening to that kind of lyrics. With you say like the parental with the you say the non-parental lyrics and everything like that. He didn't feel comfortable with her listening to these of the cussing and all that and everything. He wanted to protect her from that kind of life.
Tim Allen got arrested.
Oh my god.
Breaking news. The actor Tim Allen has been arrested. More info coming soon.
Jesus Christ. So yeah, noticias de última hora.
Oh, he's
Tim,
no longer in police custody.
Tim Allen fue arrestado y ahora, what? He's not longer?
No.
So he was released.
Yeah.
Uh,
He's charged with assault.
ouch.
No.
Okay,
Fourth
so
degree.
Fourth degree assault.
yeah, but
And robbery in third degree.
yeah. So he was arrested, but now he's released.
He's released, but
He
still,
was arrested July 28th, but now he's out.
he was just held for a length of time and then released himself, but he's still going to eventually face those charges.
Well, that's it. Yeah,
6 days in jail.
arrestaron a Tim Allen por asalto, robo en tercer grado. Es lo triste de estos actores hoy en día. Hay muchos, incluso el hijo, uno de los que fue, si recuerdan el show Married with Children, uno de los hijos fue arrestado por manejar borracho, bajo lo que es el uh, um, DW, que es el código de manejar bajo la influencia de alcohol. So what I was
Okay.
telling them was that, as a matter of fact, and that's nowadays with artists, they do crazy stuff,
Yeah,
and and
and I already have a gut feeling with these charges on them. I already know of one company that's not going to work with him for a while.
Fox.
Mm-mm.
Oh,
Tim Allen was the one that did the one voice in Toy Story.
okay. Tim the
He,
Taylor Tillman.
he was
Oh
Tim Allen
no,
was
Disney.
Disney because he did the voice for Woody.
Yeah, Disney does take things like that seriously, and
Yes, because it's their image at stake. It's the company's image
and
at stake.
it is sad because it also happened with one of our beloved Power Rangers,
Yeah.
and because of his actions, now he's in a jam. I don't know if he got out of it, but he had a wonderful career.
No,
He
he's not out of it. He's still going to be. He's not going to see the daylight.
and it's sad because he was a paramedic fireman in Chicago. I
Yeah,
mean,
but once you cross the line and do something that's a federal crime, you pay the piper. And we already know of one film agency that will never allow him back. We already know one director that will never allow him back.
yep.
Saban. Saban will never allow him to even return for anything because of this. Because it pissed off a whole mess of Power Ranger fans when the news came that he did these kind of crimes. The crimes that he was charged with, it rubbed a bunch of us Power Ranger fans off the wrong way. Like, we cannot believe he's this kind of person.
Oh, and it got worse with
And plus, I think it started going worse. I think he started going downhill after the death of Jason David Frank.
well, yeah. And the thing is, they weren't they weren't friends.
They were friends during the
They
whole
were forced to work together,
I know,
and
but after the series was over with, all the series that they worked with each other, under each other with, I think after that, I think a friendship did develop away from the cameras. I mean, after the whole filming of everything was over with, I think they eventually did, but it wasn't brought into Hollywood's light that they did.
no, and the sad thing is, like he
Because
said,
I think the only person that knew that they developed a friendship, but she also kept it to herself.
Amy Jo Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing here is that with
And
Frank,
David Gels probably
uh,
did too.
well, with Frank was a different thing,
Mm-hmm.
and he was another. He became a loose cannon too. I mean,
But to me, I don't. To me, he started going downhill after the divorce and being accused of cheating, and which caused the divorce and everything. And to me, Jason David Frank never seemed like the person that would cheat.
no, not even.
No,
I mean,
because he was so busy with his MMA career, so he never had time to cheat. Especially when you're in.
look at them.
Yeah,
Go,
yeah, we're
go,
so good on
go,
time.
go.
All right, yeah. So with someone that has, you say, that kind of day to day heavy kind of career like MMA or boxing, or any kind of body contact sport where you're either training or you're in the ring. There is no time to do anything outside of that. There's
But,
no time.
mm,
The only time he had was when he was home from that, and he mostly focused on screenwriting for a movie that he wanted to put
and
out
his family,
and his
because he
family.
did.
He put his daughter and his son first.
Bueno, lo que estamos hablando aquí es que dos actores muy conocidos en la serie de Power Rangers tuvieron un final trágico. Austin, que fue uno de ellos, por sus malas acciones fue encarcelado y no se sabe qué va a pasar con él porque um, por lo que hizo y hay compañías que ya no le van, nadie le va a dar trabajo después. En el caso de David Frank, fue por cometer suicidio, pero uno tiene que tomar en cuenta también que la mayor de la influencia es por la presión del trabajo, los casos o la situación en casa, todo eso lleva a uno hacia la locura. Si pongo un ejemplo, por decir, Chris Benoit, famoso luchador, suicidio y fue por situación de divorcio. Lo mismo pasó en el caso de Frank. Entonces, nadie sabía, Austin y Frank, David Frank no eran amigos. Uh, Fueron forzados a trabajar, a ser amigos durante la filmación de los Power Rangers. Pero lo que no se supo y quedó fuera de las cámaras es de que sí se hicieron amigos al final. Y los únicos que sabían esto eran Amy Jo Johnson, que fue la Power Ranger rosa, um, y David Jost, quien fue acusado también por prejuicios y etcétera. Y como eran muy amigos, entonces sí, ellos eran los únicos que sabían de esta posiblemente amistad. Pero también se entiende, David Frank fue acusado de andar con otra mujer por su esposa. El problema de eso no es cierto, porque si uno está enfocado en su trabajo, ¿cómo es que va?
Um, Breaking Power
Wait, wait.
News. All right. Breaking Power Ranger news for the Once and Always series. A another returning Ranger is going to be the Green Ranger in the Once and Always.
Yeah? Who?
Adam,
Oh my god, the guy that made the voice of Lelouch in Cold Geass.
because he was the Zeo Green Ranger,
That could have been a good game.
and because in the Once and Always they're also honoring Adam as because of his part in the SPD.
And if you remember, Tommy did came back as a Black Ranger.
Yeah.
And what was Adam, the Black Ranger?
Plus, Adam was in the SPD series too. At the character Adam.
Noticias para todos los fanáticos de Power Rangers. El actor que hizo el papel de Adam va a regresar al escenario en Power Rangers por siempre. El único y siempre, que es la nueva historia de los Power Rangers por Netflix y asumo dirigida por David Joust. Is he directing it?
Yes, David Youst is directing and acting in
Dirigida
Power
por
Rangers
David
once and
Joust.
always.
Esto va a tomar el escenario como el nuevo Power Ranger verde.
So, and if you look at it, so it was because of Youst that they decided to do the once and always thing. And so, as you say, it's almost
Not
like
just
a reunion
a
special.
reunion slash tribute.
Plus, Adam wants to return into it and be the Green Ranger in honor of Jason David Frank. Because of that saying, once a Ranger, always a Ranger, and he wants to honor Jason in the sense of being
And
calming in that series in that series.
if you guys also remember, we did lost another beloved Power Ranger in 2000, and
True
that was
train. Yeah.
Tui Trang, and her daughter is actually taking her place in Once
Mm-hmm.
and Always.
Mm-hmm.
So
That, if you look at it, that was allowed because and stuff because it was an agreement made way back and everything like that. That it was written and everything like that. That she would eventually stuff like that, like come back and everything to honor her mom. But it was reason why mainly why it was allowed because because the decision mainly was under Yelps. So
that thing they could have done the same thing with Frank's daughter, and she wanted to do it.
yeah, but the thing was and stuff. It was and stuff. Yelps was somewhat okay with it, but at the same time, it's that there was just still some. There was still and some. It just would not have in his mind in his vision of the series. It just would not have fit with the whole and stuff like that and stuff. So it would not have fit perfectly. So, but it was the other reason is because our beloved Adam already made talk with Youst of returning as the Green Ranger prior to Frank's daughter bringing up that she would. So Youst decided to go with someone. Plus, he wanted to stick with people that he have already so either worked with already or has more of a connection with.
Yeah.
And you know how picky Youst is.
Well, you gotta remember he was thrown under the train after they found out.
Yeah, and also the other thing is that even to this day, Frank's daughter is still not completely right up here, still a little bit. So it would not have worked right because she's still mourning till this day, and she's still not in the right state of mind because of the BS that her mom's pulling over the death and everything, and the stuff she's pulled with after the death and everything like that. So it's like Frank's daughter's still not in the right state of mind because she's dealing with a lot. She's trying to still help her brother out with the mourning process and everything like that still too.
It's not easy.
Yeah, I know because if you look at it, it took a while before the news even reached Frank's son because of the mom. The daughter was the one that had to approach the son on the death. Imagine your sister coming to you and telling you that your dad passed away.
Yeah, it is a low blow.
Yeah,
And I mean,
and especially, I mean, how close Frank was with his kids. It tore both of them. It tore their worlds apart because how close he was to his kids.
but then again, he was also closer to his
His
stepdaughter, who
stepdaughter,
also committed suicide,
yeah,
and
because of
that's what
yeah,
kind of got him.
pushed him way over the edge.
Because
That was the final blow mentally for him was that because his daughter before his stepdaughter did that, so his stepdaughter was
he
almost getting ready to step into his shoes in the whole martial arts.
and he was, if I remember correctly, he was preparing for his final thing on San Antonio back home, and I remember on one of his videos that he even predicted what was going to happen to him. That's why when he was talking, he was like, "I don't know where am I right now, where I'm heading right now, but I know I'm supposed to be at this place." To me, I think he already lost it.
Yeah, he did. He
And
was
what's sad to all of us fans, so what's sad to all of us fans is that he is telling us to be good, do our best, never give up, reach for your goals, and yet that's the one thing he failed to do.
yeah.
So it was kind of a low blow on every fan of his in a way.
No, I couldn't know when to just get ready to get myself ready. I mean, I was just doing the math in my head.
So we're always standing.
Uh, but I know, yeah.
Hmm? So I mean, here you have somebody telling you this, and he turns around and does the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
It is a blow to most of us, but again,
Yeah, it is. But even till this day, I will never. That's why, have you guys noticed in my streams at the end, I always state a quote from the series. And it was a quote mentioned right at the time and some time frame and stuff like that when Tommy was about ready to lose his green powers. And they all mentioned this one quote with him. Once a ranger,
it's always a
always a
ranger.
ranger. Because the true power of a ranger is in you. It's not the morpher, it's not the weapons, it's not the zords. It's who you are inside is your true power of being a Power Ranger. You are a ranger in the inside. So that's why they said that you'll always be one of us. No matter if you have if you're a ranger or not, you'll always still be a part of us. And that's one of the things that one of the tributes to his dad. I think it was yeah, it was Yanni um Amy Jo Johnson mentioned this, but she mentioned that saying, once a ranger, always a ranger.
And also, there was one song she has written along with Walters, and used in a special episode, if you remember,
Mm-hmm.
where Tommy is going to leave them, and she goes, "This is written to you."
A lot of people at first never thought it was going to be possible until about close to the middle of the third season, where there was that romantic relationship between Tommy and Kimberly. But off camera, they tried that out, but never really worked because Jason tried to have a romantic relationship with Amy Jo Johnson off camera, and it didn't work out, and they realized what they're better off as brother and sister within a friendship.
Yeah, but once you're focused on your true objectives, you're not gonna,
Yeah.
if you're part of
Uh,
man, you're not gonna freaking go gaga just
yeah.
because you're focused on something.
Yeah,
And
and also the other thing was Jason respected that Amy Jo Johnson was already in a relationship with someone, and he respected that enough to go, no, it. We'll just stay friends, but we'll have almost like a brother sister friendship. And it's been like that even off camera, even completely out of the when the series was over with. Their friendship stayed that strong till his death.
yeah, and that's what really tore up
Her
Amy
that
Jo
really tore
Johnson
her
really
up.
bad, up
It
to the
tore her
point
up.
where,
It tore her up. I mean, where she actually did a vlog tribute in tears.
and she couldn't even continue because
Mhm.
of that.
Because of her breaking down in tears. Because she just, it was like losing a family member. In her heart and her mind, it was like losing a family member. Because a lot of the ones that were really friends, that were forced to be friends, but the ones that were really friends, those are the ones where it hit the hardest.
And it did. It
Did
apparently
hit
did hit
Austin, but
Austin really bad because, as he said on the video, if you remember, he goes, "Well, uh, Frank wasn't your. I'm not gonna lie to you, but it wasn't your
my
drink,
your
your
typical
drinking, your typical drinking buddy.
yeah.
So even if they hated themselves, they did have this friendship."
Yeah. And a lot of people don't get this about Hollywood, about actors and actresses in Hollywood. There is this hidden relationship that happens when you're an actor and actress or an actress in Hollywood. The cast that you work with actually becomes your second family.
Y eso es lo que pasa con Hollywood, que nunca se sabe lo que va a pasar y es cierto. Es decir, si eres miembro de una serie o algo y haces amistad con otros del elenco, es como si fuera una familia.
Mm-hmm. And I can give you a good example of three stars of one movie franchise that were tighter than you could ever imagine. And I'm talking about Mark Hamill.
Still great.
Okay, I was talking about like Mark Hamill, Carrie Fisher, and our wonderful, lovable Indiana Jones,
Harrison Ford.
Harrison Ford. Those three were tight and connected with each other more than you could have imagined during that time era, that time frame, and everything. Because you didn't really see that many cast members of a movie or anything be that tight.
Yeah, if you remember Mark Hamill and the guy who played Batman, did the voice of Batman in
And yeah,
the
that's another good
animated
example.
series.
Yeah, yeah, that's another good example too. It was like if you look at it when the guy that did the voice for Batman in that animated series when he passed away, Mark Hamill like I'm not doing the Joker anymore because I can't do it without my co-pilot. It's like
And
you can't do Joker without the right Batman. You can't do
and
Batman without the right Joker.
and here's the thing, and it was said on. I think the Joker said on this. I mean, Heath Ledger, as the Joker, told this to Batman. Hey, I don't want to kill you. We could go on. Actually, if you remember,
Mm-hmm.
that same line was said at the end of the Killing Joke,
Yeah,
and because
it's like I don't want to kill you.
the
We can
Batman,
keep on going back and forth with each other, but
it's gonna be an eternity, and then suddenly the Joker remembers one funny joke, and that's why they call it the Killing Joke, because it was like a punchline at the end. And
yeah,
but the thing is, it's like he tells Batman, "Okay, beat the crap out of me. Do whatever you want with me. Kill me if you have to." And Batman goes like, "No, I don't know what made you the way you are, but we could work this out."
it's like they understood each other, and you don't really see that in a lot of comic book heroes, where the villain and the hero understand each other.
Es muy raro que un héroe y un villano se entiendan uno al otro y es especialmente en los cómics, como fue el caso de Batman y el Guasón. Am, Porque en la última historieta, que también fue un libro, de hecho fue un programa de radio también, llamado la risa de la muerte. Esto, el Guasón le dice a Batman, vamos, haz de mí lo que quieras, puedes golpearme, puedes matarme, hazlo ya. Y Batman le dice, no, no sé qué fue lo que te volvió o lo que te llevó a este punto, pero podemos hablar de ello y tratar de arreglar la situación.
Yeah,
So, I mean, it's very complex
it is. It is. It is.
to understand, but again, you gotta dive into the mind of the character, and
Yeah.
that's one thing Jared Leto took up to the extreme, where he
Went,
got nuts about it.
yeah. But it ends up okay. I mean, there's a bunch of actors out there that go in depth with the character and bring it out into their own person and bring out a different version to go into depth. And there's a few actors that do it well without going cuckoo. A good example, we already mentioned one that was a really good example of that. Now, that was Heath Ledger.
And
Another one was Johnny Depp doing Jack Sparrow.
Hey, Joaquin Phoenix did
Oh
good.
man, Joaquin. Oh
He did
man,
good
his
as the
Joker.
Joker.
Oh man, his Joker. Oh.
His Joker was different to the other Jokers, which
Mhm.
made it more unique. And I mean, you could see Phoenix's side like you wouldn't see on another.
Mhm. And a good example, if you want to really understand Phoenix's Joker, watch the movie Joker.
Ahora estábamos hablando de para entender un personaje no se tiene que llegar hasta el extremo como en el caso de Jared Leto, pero cada quien, cuando uno tiene que estudiar al personaje, ya sea el guasón o sea otro personaje, tener en mente, ok, esto es lo que pasa. Pero entre todos los guasones, la representación de Joaquín Phoenix fue diferente y um, distinta a las demás y única. Y si quieren ver más sobre la historia del guasón que interpretó a Joaquín Phoenix, pueden ver la película llamada Guasón, Joker.
Okay. Alright. Yeah, we're good. We're good now. Alrighty. So, yeah, it's a okay. Like when I mentioned like Johnny Depp doing Jack Sparrow, if you look at it, the character Jack Sparrow was created and designed by Johnny Depp, conceived and how the character was perceived on the films was a way that was adapted by Johnny Depp. Because Johnny Depp took the concept and the idea of Jack Sparrow and took it away in a like that made the character who it is. And one of the things Johnny Depp would do was he would you say go.
We're still on break.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I look at the. That's why I like to have my monitor.
No, no, no. I have this straight up right over here. But this is it was like when I got to start, and then it was like showing us, and then next one goes like at the end, but it ends up going like confusing. Okay, good. All right. So what I was saying was the stuff that he would go to a special place where he know he would be left alone and no one would disturb him and he would just walk around this town there in France and just practice Jack Sparrow.
Yes.
Mostly he would practice the walk and the talk, but mostly the drunken walk.
And he would be on his suit, on
Yeah,
his
yeah.
costume
He
also.
would be fully dressed up and everything in Jack Sparrow outfit, and you say portray the character to the point where it was like inbred into him to the point where he didn't have to worry about lines or any of that kind of stuff or having lines to keep memorized because it would just be he as of John Depp was one of those actors that didn't have to take too much time to memorize script.
Uno de los actores más comunes que practican así en detalle acerca del personaje es Johnny Depp. Él, él ocasionalmente va a cierto lugar en Francia y donde puede estar tranquilo y practicar su, ah, su personaje sin ser molestado. Ocasionalmente va a una ciudad en Francia vestido como Jack Sparrow y practica en todo el aspecto de él, porque él es Jack Sparrow. Él creó a Jack Sparrow, él es Jack Sparrow. Y él practica la forma en que camina, en que dialoga, más que todo en la forma en que siempre está borracho, pero en fin. Um,
Yeah, my own side of stuff is it's up Johnny Depp is Jack Sparrow in the Hollywood sense and in his personality. Even away from Jack Sparrow, he's still Jack Sparrow. We'll always look at Johnny Depp as Jack Sparrow because that was the character he became and created.
Johnny, Johnny Depp es en Hollywood Jack Sparrow y también es en la actualidad Jack Sparrow porque él creó el personaje y eso le da crédito a ser.
But
um,
but yeah, it's saddening to the Pirates of the Caribbean fandom that he won't return as Jack Sparrow. But a lot of us, the fans, understand and respect that he won't choose and so and everything because until even though Disney did publicly apologize, he wants an actual personal apology in person before he even thinks about returning to the House of Mouse as Jack Sparrow. He would rather do things for a certain dark creator and director than touch the House of Mouse.
Desgraciadamente para los fanáticos de Jack Sparrow, esto Johnny Depp no va a tomar su papel, no va a regresar con Disney hasta que tengan se disculpen públicamente con él. Él preferiría trabajar con alguien como Tim Burton que como Disney en este momento. Así que quién sabe qué pase más en el futuro. One thing that I'm not clear: are we still on the writer's strike,
Yes,
or
yes, you still are. The latest news that I got from a few of the people that are you say updating on social media regarding the strike have stated that it's still going on, and but they are still as it's still going on, but they are still in talks and everything to try and reach a contract. But I will keep you guys updated either here in the podcast or on my channel itself on the latest regarding the strike. That is the Writers Guild and the A-lister actors and some directors.
bueno, todavía por lo que se ve esta huelga de los escritores continúa de pie y no se sabe qué vaya a pasar. De hecho, Chante va a estar dándonos un recuento, ya sea en el programa, en la programación de radio, nuestra programación de radio o su programa, pero vamos a estar todos al pendiente. Y el rollo no es solo con ah, el consejo de escritores, pero ahora son actores y algunos que otros directores que están en esta huelga. Así que más adelante se sabrá cómo va a pasar todo, pero van, vamos a poder seguir estos recuentos.
Okay, if you guys, a lot of you guys, some of you guys probably know why, but if you guys don't, the main reason behind the strike is that there's some of the studios, especially some of the do streaming services, aren't providing the right amount of cut to either the writers or the actors or the directors. A portion of the cut that the streaming services, the amount the streaming services are made from certain movies or shows that are aired on their streaming services, and they're not getting the right amount, the right cut from that profit, and stuff. So it's hurting more. The bigger majority of the ones on the strike are the Writers Guild because they're not getting the right kind of pay in the sense of the cut out of the shows and the movies that they write the scripts for.
So you mean the Raiders Guild will not stop um, pitching unless they get their cut.
Yeah, and it's not just of stuff that they are writing for now or have it's stuff even it's the stuff that they that what's that terms like that for not monetary I'm trying to get the word right off my tongue properly.
What is
It's where that cut for movies from the past that they've written that are still being shown on some of these streaming services like Netflix and stuff like that.
so they're not getting money for credit for those movies.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so todo el problema viene a que estos um, directores no están agarrando lo que deberían de agarrar por el trabajo que tienen las productoras como Netflix y Paramount y todos ellos y Disney Plus. Entonces, ni modo, están sumamente irritados y no van a parar hasta que no solo hay un compromiso, pero esto pueda seguir por cierto tiempo. Um,
It's for a good example of what cut I'm talking. We still got 1 minute.
I know we're
Yeah.
talking about the
Yeah,
money, the
that
money they should.
be getting because of past stuff that's still airing that they wrote like years and years and years, and years ago.
Yeah, I
You know,
know. So
artists get this every time their old albums still make money.
So they're keeping their material and they're not getting what they supposed to be getting.
Yeah, or
in
not
other words,
enough, or not enough.
which is not right either because that means they're hogging
Yeah,
and they're tampering with their earnings.
yeah, and also so that it's just the way the economy is going now. Whatever they were making from it isn't enough.
So, ahorita el problema es más que todo porque estas compañías se han quedado
Royalties. That's the term I was trying to think of.
yeah,
Yeah,
con
royalties.
el material de ellos y no les están pagando lo que deberían de pagarles. Y ahorita con la economía como está, quién sabe qué vaya a pasar más en el futuro, si vaya a haber un acuerdo o no, o si esto va a seguir por años y años. So what I'm trying to figure out, that's what we want to know is there a ghost of a chance that they might
Yes.
make a deal where they could actually
Yeah. As from what I'm gathering, And I'm waiting for some more updates on like Instagram and TikTok and stuff like that from the ones that are uh, you say updating the fans and everyone and stuff like that on what's going on and everything. They have started talks. The the unions have started talks
So
with the filming industries and stuff like that that are being aimed at mostly, and the ones that they're striking from are the ones that said that they started it again. Okay, I'm wondering where I left off.
at the industry.
Oh yeah. Okay. Now I know what to start talking at. Next time, I'm setting a freaking timer. When every time I see how much longer, I'm setting a timer that states that so when that goes off, I know the ads are over with and all that. Okay, alright, I also so the companies, the filming industry companies, the big namers, are the ones that set a lot of these writers of the Writers Guild and all that stuff like that, and some of the A-listers are striking from are the unions are in talks with those companies, those industries, to come to an agreement and a deal on the right amount of cut from the royalties from some of the stuff that they have written and everything, or have acted in, or have directed in. The royalties. That's been an on and off problem in Hollywood, even during the Mighty Morphin Power Ranger time frame.
Okay, and
The royalties. That was you say it's that was why a bunch of the actors in there and stuff like that later and so after the series was over went for other kind of careers outside the acting to make up that money.
mm, lo que está pasando ahorita es triste porque estos grupos no se les está pagando lo que se les debería de pagar por su trabajo, pero por lo que entiendo y me está diciendo Shantae es que ahorita están en tratados para ver si hay si hay una posibilidad de llegar a un acuerdo donde puedan pagarles lo que deberían de pagar y hay- ahorita solo hay discusiones, pero se espera um, que esto suceda. It's truly sad. I
Yeah,
mean,
no. There's two filming industries that aren't even involved in the strike at all. So I mean, it's the directors or the writers or whatever aren't involved in this because they've been doing well with this this money thing and everything. Warner, Warner Brothers, because I never heard any issues with royalty problems or cuts or nothing like that from Warner Brothers. Them, but there's a few others like that. Some smaller movie industry companies. So I mean, like
yeah, you're
small ones.
talking about your B-rated
Your
or the
B-rated
ones
films and
that
stuff.
are like small companies, like what was United Artists before it became property of GMC,
Yeah.
which in turn became property of um, I mean MGM, which
Eventually end up being
became property of Amazon.
of Amazon. Which, if you look at Amazon, is one that's another one. Amazon is one of the ones that's not even on the list of involvement in this strike. Is Amazon, Amazon Video and all that kind of stuff. Because Amazon has always been straight out honest with paying their all their employees and all their of any parts of all their different departments. So Amazon is not questioned in this. It is the
So
ones the ones we name mostly like Disney, Netflix.
yeah, but Disney did started taking out the small companies just like
Yeah,
Bill
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Gates
yeah,
did,
yeah, yeah, yeah. They did,
and I think
but
that was a serious mistake.
yeah, but they did that. But if you look back even farther from now, it was already going even during Walt's time.
Lo que está pasando es que estamos hablando de hay dos compañías ahorita que no son afectadas por la huelga y una es Amazon, pero se entiende porque United Artists era perteneció o fue comprado por MGM, Metro Golden Majors, y luego MGM fue comprado por Amazon. Y se entiende, están haciendo bien financieramente que no tienen por qué tener vela en todo el asunto. But I mean, so what's the hope for these companies
Okay,
now? I
all
mean,
right, okay. From what I gather and understand, the strike should not last that much longer. Probably when it'll probably end by probably either the end of this year or close to the beginning of next year, and then it'll be over with. Because or way before
we
then,
did,
because there are some projects that are on balance right
yeah,
now,
and
but they're trying their hardest right now to try and get it ended, the strike ended, so that some of those projects could start.
yeah, because I mean, right now
I think it's
there
something.
are some projects like Cobra Kai's been put on hold right now.
Uh, Actually, if you look at it, it hasn't really because
Oh no, they haven't started filming
they
yet.
haven't said going, but
So that's a
they're
good
but
thing.
right now.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Deadpool and
yeah,
movies,
yeah.
even uh, one that is on hold is Chucky,
Chucky's up on
and
hold.
we're expecting to have Chucky by Halloween time,
Yeah,
which is in October like usual. But
yeah.
right now with the strike, we don't
We
really
don't know
know.
exactly, but they're trying to work it with the strikes. So they try and get it ended before October, so they could at least get that one
Back
going
on
back
schedule.
on schedule. The ones that have already been released right now are weren't the reason why a lot have already been released to like Disney Plus and Netflix and a few others is because they were pre-written way before the strike, so they were able to start production and get them to the point of like did it again. Got so into the conversation, I didn't look at the timer. Well, on the chat. That's no big deal. I like pre-records in anyways. It's
Hmm?
like, knowing there's all recording too. So it's like, all right.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know what's the fate of these companies, and I
No,
mean,
like okay, I already know so there's a bunch of scripts that already been pre-bought in the sense. But when I mean Hollywood, when a film industry says that they had a screenwrite, I mean like a script already pre-bought. That means that it was already pre-written whiles ago, so it's already they bought the director and so in the film industry they bought the the script from the writers in the sense where they paid for the script to be printed and ready to start using it.
Bueno,
That's when they mean that was pre-bought.
es damas caballeros, esto es lo malo de esta situación, quién sabe qué va a pasar, cuál va a ser el destino de estas compañías, porque ahorita todo está patas arriba, es por decir de cabeza, porque tenemos muchos um, directores y escritores en esta huelga. Entonces, las únicas dos compañías que están de pie ahorita y no necesitan ayuda financiera son Warner y Amazon. Y sí, se ha predeterminado que lo que se va a hacer, todo lo que se fue escrito antes de la huelga, va a continuar fuera de ello. Fuera de ello, esa es otra cosa.
But yeah, and so okay, here's a good example of a couple of projects that were able to go. I mean, like be created and then released. Was for example, Ahsoka. That one was able to go through production and create and all that stuff because it was one of the ones that already had the script. The director already had the script. He was able to, and also a lot of the cast weren't A-listers. And what I mean by A-listing actors, I mean your big name actors. Those are what you call your A-listers. Your big name.
So we could have maybe somebody like Arnold,
Arnold, if he
or
was involved
maybe
with, you say, one of the projects that's going on, all that, he would probably be on the picket line. Um, some of your A-listers and stuff. Um, not much your B-listers because they're making good enough money as it is right now, so not much your B-listers. But some of your A-listers and stuff like that that go, hey, it's not fair that we're not getting involved with the cut. Like the writers should be also on the directors, so they know we'll pick it too. But it's not that many. There's not that many of the A-listers because there's more of them that have already made or is making enough that it doesn't bother them that well, something not they're making. I'm good with this. I'm good with this amount of money, and I'm happy. Those are the ones that don't want to even be involved with the strike at all, or the ones that are like, hey, I'm good with what I'm making now, and I don't want more. I don't want to be given more, paid more. No, 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 no. And it's actors like Johnny Depp that go, hey, I'm comfortable where I'm at. Actors like Johnny Depp, Sylvester Stallone, um, or one. It's another project that is going to continue. Is going to still go into production once everything's ready and everything. Is Moana is the Moana live action that is going to go into production. That hasn't been canceled. Um, Deadpool is on hold. Deadpool 2, no 3. Deadpool 3 is on hold. It's on hold. Marvel has put on hold a few of their projects, which is just Deadpool and a few others of their projects they put on hold because of the strike.
yeah, they don't want to jump that leap of faith
No,
because
no, 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 no.
in the
No,
end,
no, no.
you know,
No, the Disney company as a whole does not want to step over that water and sink
like
company.
it almost did.
like it almost did with a few projects that they did in the past that caused them to almost sink. But hey, I give credit to either for stepping in and unsinking the ship.
Yeah, Disney was practically a sunken Titanic.
Yeah, because it was already in its 5 year slump, and if it wasn't for Iger pulling a rabbit out of the hat,
And
luckily,
also, he's taken the supreme sacrifice
Vice
to actually.
saved the company even more.
I mean, I don't know of a person who who would actually fire themselves and then.
Because the one thing, if you look at it, here's the number. Oh, here's the financial number that it's going to save the company: $5 million. That's how much Iger gets paid as CEO.
If you can
Five
reach
million dollars.
if you can reach 5 mil, it's freaking amazing.
Yeah,
But that's
but
gonna
he's going to. Hey,
you're
I'll save
gonna
the
have
company that much money by firing myself, so that they're not having to pay me $5 million.
otherwise they have to hold their weight and
Okay, here's something. Disney, even during Walt's time, Disney has always had this history of 5 years up, 5 years slump, 5 years great, 5 years slump, 5 years great, 5 years slump.
la cosa con de la cadena Disney es que ha tenido sus altas y bajas por muchos años. 5 años para arriba, cinco abajo, arriba, abajo. O sea, Disney,
Uh, just, just, just keep going.
lo que es de Disney es que siempre, siempre tienen sus altas y sus bajas. Aquí hay un ejemplo y viene de la película Karate Kid 2. Um, John Chris va a visitar a Terry Silver y le va a entregar las llaves del dojo porque perdió a todos sus estudiantes. Y Terry le dice, hey, cada negocio tiene sus altas y sus bajas. Y la gente no conocía del plutonio en esos tiempos hasta el presente. Y Chris no estaba convencido. Le tuvo que recordar que a veces los negocios tienen sus altas y sus bajas. Y es lo que estamos viendo con Disney, que tenía sus altas y sus bajas. So, what I'm trying to say from the example of the Karate Kid 2, when uh, Chris talks to Terry Silver, Silver lets him know, hey, every business has its up and downs. Like people didn't know about toxic waste back then and the whole numbers behind it.
Yeah.
And Chris wasn't convinced, and Silver had to remind them, hey, there will be ups and downs.
And when I was mentioning stuff about that that up and downs like that with Disney, even back during Walt's time, there was a few of the movies that Walt Disney put out and anything like that were total flops. So it hurt the company financially for a bunch of years. And then a bunch of better ones came out later, and then they
Some
had
of them
to.
were critically critic. Some of them were critic to the point where they have to be banned.
Yeah,
If you remember,
yeah.
and you know which ones I'm
I'm
talking
talking
about.
about, yeah. But those ones that were banned or put
Locked
in
up on the vault.
yeah, put locked up in the vault. Now you have access to them on Disney Plus.
Also, you could see a song from the West. Yes.
The you mean the Song of the South?
Yeah, the song of the South.
Yes,
Sorry about
it
that.
is on Disney Plus.
I remember seeing that before.
Yeah,
Good movie.
yeah. Zippity doo, zippity yay. My
You know
oh
what?
my, what a
I swear we
wonderful
used to sing that
phrase.
at school.
Bluebird. Ah,
bluebird shave my shoulder.
Oh, no, here, here. Zippity doo dah days.
Yeah, but this is a different version
No, no,
from
no,
the
no, no,
one
no.
we
This
knew.
is the actual song.
I know, but from the one we knew from school days, it was different.
Zippity yay. My, oh my, what a wonderful phrase. Sunshine in your day. Zippity doo dah, zippity yay. Bluebirds on my
I thought it was Mr.
shoulder.
Cricket.
Zippity doo dah,
Yeah, the one we
zippity
used to
yay.
sing in school was Mr. Cricket was in my shoulder.
Yeah.
So there was another
Yeah, there
version.
was. Diddy doo dah. This is the original version. My, oh my.
Um, sí, eso es que muchas de estas cintas que fueron criticadas fueron encerradas en, en uh, what you say vault? I forgot. En las bóvedas
Yeah,
del estudio y hasta ahora las están sacando. La cosa con ello, la cosa con ello también es que como um, la película, la música del sur, que fue lo que oímos un rato, ah, fue una de esas tantas cintas que confinaron y también habían dos versiones de la canción. Yo me recuerdo de una que oí hace mucho tiempo en la escuela, así que sí. Pero en fin, el punto es, eso, muchas de esas películas que fueron ah, um, puestas en la bóveda, eso dañó también a la compañía.
But yeah, one of the reasons why, like you say, like the Disney created movie Song of the South was one of those, you say, extreme flops. It wasn't, you said, a office flop. It was more of a controversial flop. There was a lot of controversy against it because of, okay,
The main the actor.
the main actor, the actor in it was black, was African American, and the whole storyline was from the you see was a redneck like storyline and everything like that, and the main actor, the main character in Inside the Actor was African American, so there was controversy on that, and then that controversy, that whole song gave one of the engineers an idea to create a amusement park ride at Disneyland based off a story that was told in that movie. The whole story of Bear Rabbit, Bear Fox, and Bear Bear. And everything, and they did so like that. There was a couple of songs that were uh, sung in that ride that were from the movie Song of the South. And later, it didn't take. It's something new. It was like during the time frame, it's like that where that kind of thing could have been a controversy at the moment, but didn't until way down the road. Then it ended up being a controversy. The controversy flared up way down the road after the ride's been in existence for a very long time. And that's why the Disney company is revamping and rechanging the whole concept of the ride, and I'm talking about Splash Mountain. If you guys
Mm,
did not grab
I
what I was
remember
talking about,
Splash Mountain.
and so grab what I was referring to and all that stuff. But yeah, it's the ride,
Yeah.
the attraction, Splash Mountain, and they are going. And so it's right now. The whole Splash Mountain thing. It's closed down. Half of it's already torn down and everything right now. So they're concepting it and designing it to be a new thing. And the thing is Tiana's Bayou Adventure, based off of Princess and the Frog, and it will take you through the story after the end of the movie, The Princess and the Frog, and what happened with Tiana and all that after the movie. So it'll be like, instead of making a Princess and the Frog 2 movie, they just went, no, we'll just put that in an attraction.
Bueno, como muchas de estas películas tuvieron controversia, especialmente las canciones del sur, como dice Shantae, es que uno, el cantante era afroamericano. Imaginen la historia siendo del sur, daba eso de los um, era, causó una gran controversia entre el grupo, ese grupo. Entonces, lo que se decidió, porque gracias a esa película, uno de los imaginadores del parque tuvo la idea para expresar una escena de la película en un, en un juego mecánico. Y en esta ocasión estamos hablando de Splash Mountain, si nadie sabía eso. Tenía la escena de la película de las canciones del sur, pero como fue dicha controversia, llegó hasta el punto en que se decidió hacer un cambio completamente. Ahora ahora el juego Splash Mountain está bajo renovación. No se sabe cuándo. Did they even say when it's gonna be open or they
Not
still?
yet, not yet, not yet, not yet.
Todavía no se ha revelado cuándo va a estar en pie de nuevo, pero cambiaron la historia y ahora el tema de hecho también cambiaron el juego mecánico, ya no es Splash Mountain, no es otro juego con el tema de la película the Frog and the Prince.
No, Princess and the Frog.
Con el tema de la princesa y la rana. Así que no se sabe exactamente cuándo se va a dar el estreno de este juego, pero en fin.
But yeah, but the weirdest thing, this makes no sense. They had a controversy towards the ride. There was a controversy against the ride because of a movie that had an African American actor and character in it. And then the princess. But if you see the anime, you saw the cartoon movie Princess and the Frog, the princess is African American. So I'm like, it makes no sense. It's like they're repeating the same controversy.
Don't you remember one important detail about Walt Disney,
Yes.
which has been a secret?
Yes, and I'm not going to say it out loud on camera.
But because of that, and he tried his best not to,
Express that
because that would damage his credibility.
and the image of the company he was creating and building up. So yeah, it would look bad on him and the company. You know, if you look at, even though he was, you say, born into that kind of mindset and all that kind of stuff,
He still loved the children,
he still loved the
so I
children.
mean,
And he was not, you say, in person to person, he was not judgment. Because even, hey, even the guy that did the voice for Louis in Jungle Book, you say King Louis,
Yeah.
African American,
So I mean, even being in that state of mind,
he's
Disney
still,
kept it professional,
yeah,
and I think that's why he didn't have any problems with nobody. Because
he
even
loved everyone the same. Because one thing he
even
had,
though
even
it
though,
was on his nature of being that way.
yeah, because one thing was reason is because he had this belief that everyone had an inner child, no matter skin color, race, religion, all that kind of stuff. Everyone in this whole world had an inner child, and that's what he created the company and made the direction he did with the company to bring that out of everyone, their inner child.
Lo que nos estaba diciendo Shantae es básicamente que hubo una contradicción porque tomaron el tema de otra película y la actora era afroamericana, así que no tiene sentido. Pero todos y los que saben la verdadera historia de Disney sabemos ese secreto oscuro de WoW. Sin embargo, no va a ser mencionado y una de esas cosas es porque si ese secreto llegara a salir, pudiera destruir la imagen de la compañía que él creó, el nombre y todo lo que él trabajó por. Y Walt, a pesar de tener eso de ser de esa forma, él amaba a los niños. Por eso fue la idea del, del parque. No solo eso, am I correct about because of the kids?
Yes.
Came with the idea, but not just that.
No.
No solo eso, pero también se expresó con los adultos. Nosotros los adultos también tenemos que dejar a ese niño salir, tenemos que tener imaginación y ese era el mensaje de Walt, a pesar de que él era, pero, pero la cosa es simple, a pesar de su naturaleza, él tenía conciencia y el racismo y todo eso no impedía que, él, que Walt siguiera con su sueño a pesar de tal hecho.
Yeah. That is, so yeah. And so, because Walt's concept and mindset towards the company was this one little thing. As long as there's imagination left in the world, Disney would still keep existing.
Is it me or do kind of saw the same thing on the never ending story?
Mhm.
And does the child, like Empress tells that to Bastian, as long as you believe, Fantasia will keep on growing and growing and become better every time.
Yeah. And
So,
if you look at that whole aspect, if you look at it, one thing, one thing that's a Walt's mind is if you look at, he wanted to create not just a music box like that, but a company as a whole to give you that feeling like you're in the happiest place in the world. He wanted you to give you that feeling like you're in the happiest place.
el concepto de Walter era básicamente el que uno, what? You have to what? No, you have to have, there was that happy thing.
Yeah, okay, okay. What I
What
was
was the
saying so
concept again?
is okay. He wanted to And so his main concept
El
was
concepto de
that
Walter
it's like
era
that he wants everyone to have that feeling like
que
they're in the
todos
happiest
tuvieran.
place in the world.
Ok, el concepto de Walter era que todos estuvieran en un mundo feliz, de estar en un mundo feliz en el mundo, a pesar de esos factores sobre él. And that's amazing. I mean, not that many would go to that length. And I mean,
He
you can talk about races all you want,
no, but one thing is not that many people like Walt that went and like opened on music for all that ended up you say like cashing out one of those like home those a mortgage off of one of his homes off his home and using that and I mean like buying the land that Disneyland was built on for a buck for a buck.
that was amazing. I mean, back then, $1 must have been like a million.
Yeah, back in the 30s, yeah, only like a dollar.
$1 for a piece of land. Hell, I would freaking buy like I don't know how many acres
Yeah,
with that.
you look at the first few attractions that started getting built at Disneyland and stuff like that. When you start touching around and everything, the first piece of attractions that started getting built, the money that came to create those and get those built came out of the profits from Snow White.
Todos, todo el dinero que se recaudó para los primeros juegos en ese tiempo vino de lo que la película de Snow White hizo. Todo ese dinero recaudado fue para la primera serie de juegos. Oh man, that's sheesh,
Hmm. And
unbelievable.
every movie that was made after Snow White and that was profitable, a lot of that money that was made from them and that he made, the company made, and so from those movies, a good chunk of that went into the park.
So, todo el dinero recaudado desde la película de Blancanieves, ahora se me vino el nombre, desde Blancanieves a las próximas películas, todo ese dinero fue recaudado, la mayoría de él se invirtió en, en, en los juegos. On the games or
No, no, no.
on the land?
Yeah, yeah. Into the cost, so you say like some of the attractions
En el
and stuff.
costo de las atracciones.
Hmm. And here's a wonderful fact. Um, and so, the reason why I know a lot about the parks like that because that's my specialty in the Disney nerdom
Yeah,
is
hell.
I'm a park nerd. And I know the whole history of the parks, what rides were the first ones to open, which ones were the high line rides, and which ones were the flops, and you name it. I know the history. Um, and everything and stuff. So when he started approaching Orlando, the city of Orlando, so like that to create and some Disney World and everything. There wasn't usually any land available and stuff like around Orlando. So he ended up buying a huge a piece of Florida, and actually building Disney World there. But how he did it was the way to make it so that where he could actually build the park there. He actually had to make his own little city and then build the park in that city.
That was a smart move.
Yeah, because then you have your own water treatment plant for the park. You have your own water treatment, your own sewer plant, your own fire department, your own this, your own that for the park.
So, cuando Walt empezó a construir o compró la propiedad en Orlando, tuvo que empezar por crear su propia ciudad para poder poner el parque. Si no de no haberlo hecho, no hubiera podido tener. He wouldn't be able to get the Lego. Uh,
Uh, what it was, this stuff was the city of Orlando was you say a little too strict on the whole on you say what was required for building the park
so
there and all that stuff.
it
So
wouldn't be legal if he didn't have that city.
yeah,
So
yeah.
no hubiera sido
The strictness of the state of Florida and stuff that was just how strict the state of Florida was.
hubiera sido ilegal si Disney hubiera puesto, si Walter hubiera puesto el parque sin haber hecho la ciudad, sería ilegal, pero así fue y así fue como nació el mundo de Disney.
It, it's like right now, so from what I've been hearing from, they say the heavy park nerds, like that they go and do reviews and stuff and give us other Disney nerds the information, plus the park goers and all that stuff like that to updates on what's going on at the park, and especially Disneyland
Yeah,
itself.
yeah, but it is sad because now you're not getting, you cannot have as many people as you would
Yeah,
have full access, which
yeah.
is really sad.
But what it is, it's not a lot of it's not to blame with Disney and stuff like that, but what it is right now and stuff with the way the city of Anaheim works on that is that the park, even as the attraction or whatever, they have to maintain under fire safety and everything like that a certain amount of people on inside the property at a time.
Yeah, but you see nowadays, you don't see much going on. Most of the rides are empty.
Yeah, but some of them that are empty or closed at the moment when you're there, it doesn't mean it's like that. It's a lot of them are closed temporarily for like minor repairs or little testing and everything like that before they open up fully. Or others are closed for a length of time because, or like for a really long length of time because of renovations or trying to make them a little bit better or add new things to them to make them a little bit better for before they open them and everything. So there are some that there's not that many people riding them because of that reasoning because they were closed, or there's this other newer attractions that were put in there that have drawn more people's attention to than the ones that you would expect people to go and ride.
Hasta ahorita la situación con el parque no está muy buena. Es por decir, ahora ya no, ya, ya están regularizando el fluido de visitantes por partes. Y para mí eso no es muy bueno que digamos, aparte de and you could agree with me, it's not cool because imagine how much they're charging for the foods
Yeah,
and everything.
yeah. A lot
So
of
I
it,
mean,
I know a lot of it is, but like my one friend and stuff on YouTube was mentioning and stuff is right now and stuff. That's one of the things that uh, Ibert is working on and things like that is to figure out a way of is working on a way of fixing that kind of problem without affecting the guest's experience.
bueno, ahorita con la situación, quién sabe, pero por decir, am, hay muchas cosas que se mantienen cerradas o fuera de servicio porque o están reconstruyendo algo o mantenimiento, sea lo que sea. Por eso um, hicieron las visitas al mínimo,
And
pero
I'll continue, and then I'll mention something else for the two
hasta,
decisions.
hasta ahorita va a ser así hasta que haya una solución. They're waiting for a solution to this.
Yeah, what it is right now is that they're in talks with the city of Anaheim because they have a bunch of, you say, expanding projects they want to do. But they're in talks with the city of
Yeah, but
Anaheim to get permission to expand more
yeah, but
parts
the
of the
more you
park.
waste, it's worse. I mean, why on the blue blazes you're gonna be wasting money if you're gonna keep certain areas close to the public? I mean, hell, that doesn't make any sense at all.
But when these right now, stuff, there's a lot more of the portions of the park that is open to, and plus they're working on solutions to allow more chances for the people that live within Anaheim to have more access to the park, and then they're working with the city and within themselves to figure out ways. Because if you look at when it comes to the park stuff, yeah, Iger has a lot of control, but at the same time, he has someone below him that is mainly the CEO of the parks, and he's the one trying to work this stuff out along with Iger to figure out a solution to allow more chances for the locals in Anaheim to have more access to the park without having to either change the ticket prices, or use a change here to that would affect the experience and everything, because they don't want to do anything that will jeopardize, like make the park lose even more guests and more people coming
Well,
to them and everything coming to the park. That's why they brought in someone and everything back into the uh, what was that term I said earlier? It's the Imagineers. They brought someone back into the Imagineers that was the one that was involved at Disney
yeah,
World creating that portion of Disney World honoring Avatar.
yeah, but
And
yeah,
he is really good at figuring out, and so he's working with the city of Anaheim, because what it is, if they expand a little bit more, or you say add another park or another portion of the park, that gives even more. You say that expands the amount of people they can have in the park,
yeah, but
and then also that opens the door for even the locals to have more of a chance.
that doesn't alter the facts that that these regulations are actually pissing people
I know,
off
but
to the
some of
point
these,
where they sooner or later nobody's gonna wanna
yeah,
come
but a
back.
lot of these regulations aren't Disney's fault. Some of these regulations are being thrown at them by the city of Anaheim and everything, because and stuff. So because there's like my friend Fresh Beat mentioned during that one video that I played, and you watched it, that he was mentioning, and when he was talking about that plan that I'm mentioning and everything, is that if you look at it, that there's like, okay, their property line is only like from here to here, and from here to there, and then to there. So, huh? Yeah, but you can just make the whole thing. I guess was both streaming together.
Okay. Um,
So,
well,
they,
yeah, with these regulations, so, y con estas regulaciones, la gente va a estar más que furiosa. Es decir, muchos van a perder el interés. It's just like SeaWorld when they when if they do change everything,
Yeah,
you
they
know
have
that
to.
if they take the orcas out and everything, a lot of people's gonna stop going. That's what we're looking right now at Disneyland.
Yeah, but
The
there's
more, the less people that goes in, and you're counting on also the food, which is expensive already. Come on.
but I've noticed, and I even did some digging on. They're not as they're starting. The pricing for the food is starting to drop a little bit and everything. What they're doing is so what they're starting to do, and this is part of the changes like that to make do tweaks on things, but not take away the experience and everything. Because when they remove the experience, then that's when people will start going, okay, I'm not going to come back here anymore. And so what they're trying to do is change things like certain pricing for like certain items within the park, inside the park, to but at the same time not damage the happy place on Earth experience. Yeah. All right, everyone. We're going to take a timeout for a moment
And
because
we'll be
this,
right back.
and we'll be right back. You can just mute me.
Hmm?
Just mute. Oh,
What?
no, no, no. You see where it shows the mics with our names?
Here?
No, no, no. You see where it shows
Yeah.
our names? You can just, yeah, you can do mine there. Oh, yeah. No, just mute. Yeah,
Oh,
no.
snap.
Yeah. No, 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 that's fine because we're taking a break, so we can just take our like unshow Yeah.
Okay,
All
so
right, we
we're
are
back.
back. So, like I was saying, like we were talking also, like yeah, it depends. From what I've understand and grabbed on, I did a little tiny little research during the break. Was that, and from what I've gathered, it depends on like if you're getting that, it depends on how much you eat and exactly where you eat at the park. But majority of your smaller local restaurants that are on at the park are the most cheapest ones to go to. Like for example, in Tomorrowland, the best place to eat at in Tomorrowland is Pizza Planet, and their lunch dinner menu is only like items on there like 14.99 and below. So
Well,
yeah,
no,
but
it's
that's
too cheaper.
cheaper than Disney World. At Disney World, you could spend up to $200 to $300 on food at the park at Disney World. But at Disney World, you have cuisine across the world.
Yeah, that's because of that. That's even.
Yeah, so that explains why it's more expensive to eat at Disney World than it is at Disneyland. Because Disneyland only has more California style kind of cuisines that are across the different portions of the park because of Disneyland, California,
So,
Anaheim. So
los precios de la comida son más razonables en Disneyland que en Disney World. Y el motivo es porque son más razonables a pesar de todo se basa dónde va a ser, si va a ser una concesionaria o va a ser un restaurante, en eso está basado. Pero también la cosa de Disney World es que la comida es cara ahí por el hecho de que hay cocina de alrededor del mundo, no solo lo que ellos tienen.
but yeah, to me, the best bet, the best way of you say like if you want to know how much or everything like that when you do take your if you ever if any of you guys ever decide to take a trip to Disneyland and everything like that, the best trick that I've learned to do is on your phone have the Disneyland app on your phone. Because one of the things you can do if you're in a rush and you don't feel like sit down to eat, majority of the restaurants, not all of them, but majority of them have what they call takeout. Plus, with the app, you could reserve your table.
Reserve.
Yeah,
Wait,
reserve a
so
table.
so you mean you have a carry out already in case
You could either dine in or
carry
order
out?
takeout at Disneyland. Yeah, they've had that in effect even to the state, but they had that more in effect because of COVID. But they still do it even though COVID doesn't exist anymore. They still do it. It's
Wait,
more convenient and easier on some of the
right
guests.
now, COVID's a blast from the past. Let me
Yeah,
tell you that, because I mean,
yeah,
there haven't been any more things
yeah,
saying about the COVID.
yeah. But there's still you see like little twinkles of procedures that have became like almost normal for some places to the point where they just kept some procedures going, but others have finally pulled away. But like for example, like for the parks, they realized one even it was a lot simple and easier for people to do that while when it was COVID and the park was open and everything for a portion of the time frame of COVID. So and so and
It's
so when they realized what since they're seeing that that's a little more easier for some of the park goers to just order it, go pick it up, and then go take it somewhere else and eat it and everything like that, or eat it on the go while they're moving to the next portion
oh,
of the park.
it's like I said. Right now, it's just paranoia. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah. But and so keeping or having you still policy within some of the restaurants in there where you could grab and go kind of thing and stuff actually makes the experience better because then you just eat while you're heading to the next portion of the park.
You just remind me of an old saying from my country.
Say,
Es como decimos como dicen los de Cobán, solo comen y se van. Well, it's like this from this outside little uh town from my country. They just eat and then leave.
yeah,
But I mean, yeah. Right now with the COVID, right now it's just a state of paranoia. I
yeah,
mean, there's no freaking way, because we would have heard something. There
yeah.
were no death reports about COVID. The monkeypox was just to have people on high alert, which in the end it was just more paranoia.
There were only maybe one
Couple
death,
cases,
couple
but
cases and one death because of monkeypox. But one thing is, a lot of people are like they hear the term monkeypox, and but from what I understand, and from the medical aspect, that monkeypox is just another form of the flu. Pretty much, that's pretty much what it is. It's just another
so
form of the flu.
you mean the
Well,
monkey flu?
the monkey flu is just
Well,
another form of the normal flu, but a little more intense.
well, think about it. What used to kill us before, or what killed us in old times, it doesn't even kill us now, and that's the
The
chickenpox.
chickenpox, yeah. But the one thing that was the worst thing that ever hit our country, oh man, and so I dare to talk about it because it was the worst kind of you say sickness ever. The bubonic plague.
So, what
The
the hell's that?
bubonic plague.
Never heard of it.
Uh, the Black Death,
Oh, the Black Death.
or also known as the bubonic plague. Like,
La Muerte Negra.
yeah, the Black Death. That, to me, if something like that existed, then I would stay paranoid for the rest of my life.
Bueno, estamos diciendo que ahora todo es una cuestión de paranoia en base a lo del COVID y el virus del mono. Ahorita ya no hay mucho que decir, no han habido muertes, no han habido nada, es un estado de paranoia a este punto. Lo que Shantae me estaba diciendo, había uno, si la varicela era lo que mató a la gente en esos tiempos, hay otra ahorita más, ah, es conocida como, what is it, the blue what?
The bubonic plague.
La plaga azul, o más bien dicho, la plaga de la muerte. Am I right?
Right.
Es,
Yeah.
eh, es lo que pues, está poniendo en el... Pero así casos del COVID y el virus del mono, no, ya ni se escucha.
But
So I mean,
yeah,
you still see people wearing the mask. So I
yeah,
mean,
I know, and it's ridiculous. But to
and
me, I would
even
understand if someone was, if the person was doing it because they're
you
sick
were
at the,
sick,
that
yeah,
they're sick at the moment and they don't want to pass those germs around.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that's understandable. That's understandable.
It's just paranoia, and
Yeah,
in the end, what's
I know,
gonna happen
and
is
so I don't want to sound racist, but majority of the ones that are doing it are the ones from Mexico, and it's like, and the ones that somebody that think they and stuff. The only ones that stuff to me, I notice and stuff, and I don't want to sound political here, but I notice most of the ones that stuff that weren't prepared or did not want to listen to the other party about the dangers, the true dangers, not the paranoia created dangers, but the true medical dangers of COVID. And the ones that go, no, I don't need no protection from it. Blah, 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 I'm okay. Some of those freaking Republican rednecks and everything like that that believe Trump over the whole COVID thing. And some of them got killed, died as they weren't even sick, but caught COVID and killed over.
But you do gotta understand though, you cannot put the blame on the disease. I mean,
No, no, no.
it's you because you were sick, you were vulnerable, and because you were vulnerable, you were dead.
Yeah, and a lot of
And
them went
people
around.
used to say, and I heard this bunch of bullcrap a lot. Oh no, the COVID killed my cousin, the COVID killed my mom. When you fully know you're you're sick, you've been sick, and you didn't do nothing to take care of yourself, and now
If you
you're
look,
blaming
I
to
know, and
the.
if you look at it, it wasn't really it's so fully COVID that they killed a lot of people. And I
They
even
were
looked in,
already sick.
and I looked into it medically, and even there's been even scientists that even looked into it.
They were already sick.
Yeah, and what it is some of these people made the error of being around other people that were sick of like flu or the cold, and then go around other people that had COVID,
And
and they
that's
catch COVID that way, and so but they were already sick with the flu or the cold.
so. I mean,
And I was even told by one of our local hospitals by one of the couple of nurses that technically, you know what COVID is? Another, you
another
see,
flu,
yeah, you
a
mostly
stronger
have a
flu.
stronger flu because what it is, majority. If you look at the symptoms of COVID and you look at the symptoms of a flu, that's what they say. If you have flu-like symptoms, there's a possibility you could have COVID. You can either have the
And
regular flu or COVID.
yeah, because nowadays you don't know what the hell you're. And I mean,
Yeah,
we come to
but
the part where you're doing the test, and the thing is
and the tests aren't 100% accurate
you
to really see if you really have COVID because the way COVID hides itself in your body, it is really, really hard. You have to have the right kind of test. And sometimes they could be inaccurate because of the way your
and
body
then
reads with that test.
a lot of people, and when we had the vaccines, a lot of people was crying like a baby that, oh no, I'm not getting it because I'll get sick. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not getting it because it's gonna kill me. Oh, I'm sorry, they're just inserting you the freaking virus. I'm like,
Oh,
yeah, they're inserting you the dead virus, but that's to see whether you're immune or if you're developing an immunity to the virus itself.
if you look at it, the COVID vaccine, it is created the same way they do the
With the
flu
flu,
vaccine or the chickenpox
any
vaccine or
any
any vaccine is technically the dead virus
virus,
of that
but
particular
people's just
illness
people.
because what it is, reason why you get a dead virus put in you is so that your body creates a defense system against the real virus
Yeah, but people think, oh, I'm gonna die from it, or
because they have been fed false
about that dead
information.
virus.
Not just about that, but about COVID itself. There is it's a and to me the biggest person to blame here is our ex president for pushing these false information out.
Es triste en general por decir, pero hoy en día la gente le echa la culpa a todo, ya sea la televisión o X cosa, pero las vacunas están diseñadas para detener el virus. Sí, uno es inyectado con el virus, pero está muerto. Y el propósito de esa vacuna con el virus muerto es para ver si uno puede desarrollar la habilidad de rechazar el virus. Es todo lo que es. La vacuna de, ya sea la vacuna del COVID, ya sea la vacuna de la varicela, la vacuna del, del resfrío, todo eso es virus. Y la gente tiene este problema. Ah, que no, porque es el virus. Ah, que no, porque el virus nos va a matar. Ah, que no, esto es la gran cosa. Esa gente solo está llena de paranoia.
Sí.
Y en realidad, pero es como le he dicho a una persona, I have this not saying names, but I have this this person has told me, oh, you shouldn't get it because of you're just getting the virus and something bad's gonna happen. Look, I got the first three shots. Yes, on the first shot I was okay. The second shot I was like kind of okay losing. I was like sort of feeling okay. I just got a headache. The last and final shot, the third one, and I'm like no. I had a headache plus I was like really dumb, and I mean I was talking like I was acting stupid, not being able to talk and everything. That was a reaction to the shot, but that was not what you call it.
What it is, the reason why he had some of those symptoms and stuff like that regarding the vaccine. And so I'm looking at this as someone that has a little bit of medical training and everything and understands this kind of thing, this kind of stuff. But what it is it was, you say, symptoms where his body was alerting him, hey, I am now starting to develop an immunity. I'm starting to create this, and I'm fighting this dead virus to create this immunity. So your body was going in. A lot of these symptoms that some people get from the flu vaccine or whatever, it is what it is. It's your body going into defense mode.
Son solo síntomas secundarios, por decir, nada crítico, al menos que uno tenga alergia a algo. Como yo soy alérgico a la penicilina, pero si uno tiene alergia, entonces sí se entiende por qué puede ser mortal, pero fuera de ello, son efectos secundarios y es la prueba que da para ver si estamos capacitados para prevenir que nos pegue el COVID.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is basically that those are just side effects that you get with the shots, but then again,
Okay.
it's
Yeah.
just
So yeah, you get side effects from a
you get
vaccine. You get and then you
with
get
medicine, with
well, okay,
peanuts, with
okay,
you're
yeah,
allergic
yeah,
if you're
yeah.
allergic to
When your
anything.
body goes, hey, I don't need this in me. What is this? Blah blah blah, and everything. It's the same way when you are really sick. You have these symptoms that your body shows all right because your body, what's going on internally is your body is going into defense mode to try and fight whatever is attacking your body. So your body goes into defense mode to start attacking it, and what it does is one, increase your body temperature to try and combat whatever it is. Your body starts producing a whole mess of red and white blood cells to start attacking. Um, your you start like developing like the fever, the chills. That's just your body readjusting the body temperature to try and combat whatever illness you have. A headache is because of the random change in your body temperature will develop a headache because plus a headache. What really is a headache? A headache is where is pain. It's a pain in the head or anything because the blood vessels are starting to do this. Trying. And so what it is that the blood vessels instead of
Shrinking.
being like here, they shrink. And when the blood vessels do that, there's not enough room for your blood to flow through it, and the blood cells to make through there. So when that happens, you feel that headache and everything. That's what it is of constrict. Your blood vessels start constricting instead of staying at the normal size where there could be a good amount of blood through it and stuff. So when you have a headache, it is a constricted blood vessel, your veins or your blood vessels are constricted, and everything. That's what causes headaches, migraines, stuff like that. Is constricted blood vessels.
And believe me, you don't wanna have weeklies.
No, no.
It's a pain going to bed for an entire week with a migraine. Wake
No,
up with a
migraines are nothing to play with. Headaches are nothing
believe
to play with.
believe me.
Um,
I've had weeklies. I
I
had
those times where I'll have monthlies.
one time I almost get a 2 week migraine.
There was one time I had a migraine that lasted a whole month.
So lo que queremos decir especialmente ya debido al reducimiento de las células es lo que ocasiona los dolores de cabeza y peor en las migrañas aún. Yo frecuentemente, no frecuentemente, pero yo tengo a veces migrañas que duran toda una semana. Y es malo porque en cierta forma uno irse a la cama y levantarse y no poder dormir bien por las migrañas las 24 horas
Yeah,
no es bonito.
yeah.
Una vez casi duré dos, casi 2 semanas con migrañas.
Mm.
I mean,
All right. Well, it's like that for a moment here. I'm going to, and so I have a song and stuff on my little soundboard that I want to play and stuff like that because this is it's like because earlier in the podcast we talked about and stuff the whole LGBT and pride thing and all that, and especially and stuff like that because of me being transgender. Yes, I'm male to female, transgender female. I'm 4 months into my transitioning, which is which is involved so I get the hormone replacement therapy and everything where I am instead of continuing to create and produce and continue testosterone in my body, I have canceled that and started introducing estrogen into my body to start the rest of the transitioning process to female and everything. So to me, there are people out there like that want people it's like that for me to stay as the gender binary that I was born as and everything. And this is a song that one of my idols in the LGBTQ community, especially in the T part of the LGBT community, wrote and so like that to tell those people one special word. Alrighty. Yeah.
I'm cool.
Alright.
Just thinking
So
about
I know. So uh so that goes out to all the haters and everyone that doesn't understand me and others in my portion of the LGBTQ community and
es,
everything.
esta canción tiene un mensaje para todos ustedes que les gusta criticar a, al, a, a los jeez, what is it that I'm trying to find here? Al grupo gay, los gays. Esta canción es para ustedes. No toleramos nada de críticas, nada de prejuicios. Y lo que esta canción quiere decir es a la porra con todos. No, porque ellos se tienen que rebajar solo por ser diferentes a nosotros.
That's why I feel safe and protected in the state that I live in now. Because the state of California is one of the leading states in protecting the LGBTQ community and especially the transgender community. In the sense where the state of California has become a sanctuary state for the transgender youth who are trying to flee from anti-transgender states.
Este, este estado, el estado de California apoya a la comunidad gay. Por eso es que um, Shantae está satisfecho con con este estado. No solo a la comunidad gay, pero a la comunidad ah, tri- tri-
Transgender.
la comunidad transexual. No es como otros estados que se echan contra. Y es lo bello de California. Y lo digo porque en San Francisco es la ciudad o es el centro de donde está la comunidad gay. What I'm saying is, like I said, this state is with it not only because of that, but also because San Francisco is known to be where the gay community resides.
Hmm. Yeah, it was like you said. So, is San Francisco, California, is the gay capital of the not just gay, but the whole capital for the LGBTQ plus a community,
Yeah,
LGBTQIA plus
the gay
community.
community,
For
basically.
for the Pride community. Yeah, that's the central hub for the community is the city of San Francisco. But one thing to note is that we have a governor here in this state that is a big Pride supporter, Newsom, Jerry,
Carolina.
yeah, Newsom, and Jerry Newsom, and he pushed through and signed into law a bunch of protective laws to protect the transgender community within the state. Because one thing, the reason why he did it is that some people think, oh, he did it because it's political. Yes, it was, but because you look at a big chunk of his voters are part of the LGBTQ community. So the only way to keep those voters around is by supporting that community and backing it. Plus, he felt bad that there were transgender youth in other states across the U.S. that were being attacked by particular states for being transgender. And the last I heard, this happened this year. The Department of Justice has sued about three of the states that were making anti-transgender health laws and everything, and so taking away health care for the transgender youth in a few states. Texas is one of them. Was one of them. There was a bunch of others and stuff like that that were along with that. But the DOJ made it clear to some of these states if you do not accept the transgender youth community and allow them to use a locker room or a bathroom to their assigned to their to their gender binary that they are assigning themselves to, you will lose your federal funding. Bye bye. And that was pushed. The DOJ was pushed to do this under our current president.
Interesting. And I'm surprised because a bunch of there's a bunch of states that I can think of that are racist, especially when it comes. It's not just your typical you're black, you're Mexican. No, they're also racist in the form as you're
Oh,
gay, and you
uh,
found those states mostly in the south, and
yeah,
Texas being the highest
yeah.
one.
But the last I heard, when you just mentioned Texas, last I heard is Texas has actually was not was not one of the states that got sued because Texas already came to a settlement with the DOJ.
So I mean, yeah, but you know Texas still
Yeah, but
racist,
Texas,
regardless of what.
yeah, but that Texas has is in fact away and made a settlement and agreed on things because Texas realized if they kept going the direction they were going, they would lose their federal funding, and Texas like, and no, we
No,
don't want to lose that.
it's fine and dandy in the side of the pride community and the transgenders, but you know they're still
Yeah,
racist
yeah, yeah, yeah,
regardless
yeah,
of
yeah, yeah.
what.
Texas, if you look
And
at
that's
okay,
not
the
gonna
okay,
change.
yeah, yeah, the states that we're talking about that are extremely racist towards anything that's not this skin color, my skin color. Which, to me, if you look at it, I wish I wasn't white because of this like that because of the other kind of racial aspects that I'll be getting and I know I have gotten. But on some, but if you look at it, it's Texas, Arkansas, Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee,
Definitely Kentucky.
Kentucky, North and South Carolina. Not as much North Carolina as much South Carolina. I'm trying to think what other ones from the South. Florida
Now
is
Florida's
yeah is pride friendly. Along with the state of New York, they're pride friendly. Um, all the states along the Pacific coast are all
Wisconsin.
pride welcome and transgender supportive. Because you have all the states from California, Oregon, uh, and Washington and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, Oregon.
Up to Canada, right?
Yeah, 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 yeah. Even Canada is pride friendly. Even Canada is 100% pride friendly, and they were the biggest pride supporters before the U.S. started spraying it within certain states and everything because of there's a lot of things that Canada has been you see approved for or like I mean like supportive of and all that stuff before the U.S. even caught on. With some of the states within the U.S. have caught on to also be supportive and actually be make it legal. Like for example, there's 3 states on the Pacific coast that are marijuana legal.
Something. Are we forgetting one other group which is rarely mentioned because of its nature,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the
Yeah,
metrosexuals?
metrosexuals. Yeah, and okay, when
It's
I
weird
say
on that group.
LGBTQ QIA plus, the plus talks about pan, metro, any of the queer sexual. There's a bunch of different ones under the plus because there's so many other sexualities that weren't included in the original aspect of LGBTQ or LGBT. Because way before it was just LGBT, then it started spreading more to LGBTQ. Then, not much longer, it went LGBTQIA plus because the A is Aero Noah. Aerosexual.
Hetero.
The with sexual arrow. A R O arrow
Oh,
sexual.
I was confusing that with hetero.
No, 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 no.
Oh,
Aerosexual.
fine.
There's aerosexual. There's asexual. You're asexual. There's like it's like that. Like I is. I'm trying to remember what I is. It's There's another sexuality that starts with the I, and then so, the Q means queer, but not gay queer. But there's another sexuality that even includes the word queer in it, and there is what they call, and then you have in the plus you have the non-binary. Better definition. Okay, non-binary means you are either female or neither male. You do not you do not confine yourself to either male or female. Non-binary means not binary and stuff. And then you have oh man, there's Romano. There it keeps one with the plus part. But like with the T is transsexual. Transgender it is the T. Lesbian, lesbian, gay, bi.
Lesbian, gay,
Yeah,
bi,
okay,
trans.
okay, okay. Lesbian,
Not trans.
gay, bi, and transgender, and then you have the other ones which are the QIA plus. But it all started out lesbian, gay, bi first. Then transgender, the whole transgender community started to they included that, and then later on others started popping out, so they added that, and then that's why they added the plus because there's so many they just can't label
Of
them
course not. There's
all
a
into one abbreviation. So that's why they have the plus at the end of the LGBTQIA. And then you have the plus with everything else that's also in that same
in
umbrella.
in addition, where
In
you get
addition,
your in addition you also get your allies.
your allies. And one thing, if you look at it, yeah, every community out there has an ally. Every community out there, no matter if it's the Pride community has allies, the African American community has allies, the Mexican American communities have allies. Every community has an ally because without the ally, the community would never existed or had the biggest support from the federal government or whatever if it wasn't for the allies. Like, like for example, there are white American allies to the Black Lives Matter movement community.
That's where it did get soured from time to
But
time.
majority of the ones that are in the white American community that are supportive of that or back that and everything are cops, white American cops.
I don't know if that would qualify because I've seen.
Yeah, but I'm talking about also white American cops in California.
Oh, yeah, well, there was one case, if you remember,
Yeah, I
where
know.
a black male was killed by a white cop just because he was going to get his pen, and the cop thought
Yeah,
that it was a
but if
weapon.
you look at it, the cops that are the white American
And I
cops that are supportive of
wasn't
Black Lives Matter.
wasn't that uh, um, L.A.
Yeah, and that was what's his name? That was that oh man, I'm trying to remember the name of that African American And but one thing that cop is he's not going to see the day of light.
No, because he shot them.
Yeah,
Uh,
and so
uh,
yeah, and one thing to look at if a cop does that here in California,
uh,
he's locked up and he's locked
well,
up for good.
I don't know because by experience, and I'm not gonna say whose, but close to me, he was mistreated by cops. Nonetheless, yes, he might have gotten a little rowdy, but nonetheless, the cops slam him on the car.
Yeah, I know. Well,
So I
I'm
mean,
saying so. I know, but what I understand is eventually there will be a time frame where those cops will
and
get a punishment for whatever they've done.
and that's the thing with your police officers. Their main function, it's just like RoboCop's deal. It's a cop thing: protect and serve. What
Yeah,
are you
and what?
protecting? You're serving, but what are you protecting really? If you're gonna really screw up somebody's life like that,
Yeah, but one thing is, what I noticed stuff is within a lot of I know stuff from my experience around a lot of cops and everything like that.
the,
Everything the experience I've seen with you say particularly one city. I'm not talking about the one we're living in, but the one I was living in before moving up here. The Elsinore PD. I've never seen them do that to someone else or to anyone. And they and so I was tackled on the ground, but they gave it away where there was no harm to me.
but then again, you get your good cops and bad cops.
Yeah, but
So
I did have one of the cops wanting to take me straight to jail and anything like that, and anything like that, and put charges on me that my grandfather didn't want the charges put on me, but the cops still wanted to put the charges on me. But thank God that a supervisor showed up and noticed someone like he doesn't seem like the person that had those kind of charges put on him. He looks like the kind of person that just needs a 24-hour hold on to be able to help. But that's the thing. If you know someone in that particular police force and you have an issue with or another cop had an issue with you and tries to do something and that other cop who is higher ranked says, hey, no, you're what the direction you want to go is not the right way. I'm putting in my authority and I say you take them here and everything. So but that was it's all the times I've been around cops and I've been around all
I
different cops
know
and
you
PD and
have your.
everything.
I mean, you have your. Like I said, you have your good cops and your bad
Yeah, yeah.
cops.
And if you look at it's the
And
good cops that are being given the bad rap
because of the other cops.
because of the bad cops. Dirty cops is what they're referred to mostly as
Oh,
dirty
but
cops.
money is the thing that influences a lot of people. Once you pay anybody, I heard like another case, no names, but I know this man who did when I had my accident, and you would remember this.
Yeah.
He got away with it. I know he was a millionaire, owner of a property out here in Raleigh, and I can tell he already but he has but the judge and the lawyer. I mean, that's why.
Well, yeah, I'll never forget. Except there was one person and stuff, but that and there was one time I was uh, walking around in Central one time, and this one guy I knew somewhat well and everything got stopped, and stupid idiot, he decided to try and bribe El PD.
He thought he was counting mess.
Yeah, and next to know it, he
Either
tried it. Next to
either
know it, right when he tried to do it, next to know it, I see the cop doing this with him.
either he thought he was in mix or he
He
was
was. He
drunk.
wasn't. Yeah. He was. You know. He was. He wasn't there. So he was
Because
a heavy drug user.
because on mix you have to pay the cops. They'll ask you to pay
Yeah.
them.
Minus, except for
The
the
federales.
federales or the federal police.
I know that for a fact because I had an incident where me, a Filipino, and a friend of mine, we went to the cops and report my freaking wallet stolen. And what? And next thing I know, the freaking cops are searching us. Like if we freaking
Did something wrong.
yeah. And he took the Filipinos $10 away off his wallet.
The one. Okay. Is a yeah. That's what the local police would do. Then it's like that when I used to
Then you
work.
have the hardcore police, which scared
Yeah. Yeah.
the
Yeah.
hell out of me, and you know
Yeah,
why.
so I know I've even seen them around, and it's like, oh
You
my
could
god.
tell those guys were like Marcus at that time. Remember that?
But
Kind of creepy.
yeah, but like I was saying stuff like, okay, that's what the local police would do with whatever's in your wallet and all that.
No,
But
go on
okay,
TJ and
okay, yeah,
Max. Yeah.
yeah. But when the one time I went across, and so those was back in my job corps days. So I would go into GJ and everything. I would go down and stuff like that and get go through their check, their uh, check and everything like that. Because every little portion like you would get checked by the Federales and everything when you came right into TJ and everything like that
Between
into
TJ and San Isidro.
San Francisco. You would go right into San Francisco and everything, and you get right into the middle of TJ. And
You don't want to go to the
no,
nightclubs.
no, no, you just don't
Trust
want to
me,
go
you
in.
don't want to go to Revolution. I
No,
went
no, no, no,
there.
no.
I
Plus,
went there.
I was told by a few people do not go down the white light district.
It
Yeah,
was Revolution.
yeah, Revolution. You don't want to go near the white line district.
Revolution is the worst you could get, and
You,
believe me.
me, I would rather go. When I would go down into or go into Max, I would go to Mexico. I would go to Meow Meow over Revolution instead of going into TJ, go to Revolution. I would go to Meow Meow.
Revolution has its best, but
But I
if you don't
prefer
want to be there,
no. I feel more comfortable around like Meow Meow
I
in
mean,
Mexicali because it's well known. Oh, Meow Meow is so popular,
okay.
even in some. You hear a lot of Americans talk about Meow Meow.
It's just like saying I'm going to Mr. Frogs, which I
Yeah.
know it's much safer.
Yeah.
And you know the funny thing about it, where I lived was like couple feet away from Mr. Frogs. So I mean, God, there were nights that I was like, oh crap, what am I gonna do now? It's
Yeah.
late.
But okay,
Music's heavy.
okay, back to my story stuff. But yeah, I was in line to get tied down and searched and stuff like that by the Fayales. And there was this guy that was in the line, because it was like in front of me in line. He got it tied down, searched, and then and so like that, and then he gets and so like that. Next to know it, he gets handed over to the Fayale next to him, and then it's my turn. And the guy like pats me down, all that stuff, pulls out my wallet, looks at my ID, looks at what I have in my wallet, and but like look, search does a full search of all, make sure I'm not hiding anything in my wallet that's illegal or anything like that. But the one the one difference between the local police and the feds was after he got done looking at my wallet, everything was put back in my wallet how it was.
Yeah, the local police will actually steal from you.
Yeah. But the Feliales picture, everything was put back how it was, and then everything was still there. So when I handed my wallet was back, my money was still in there, everything was still in there.
And you know what's sad? Before I moved to that apartment close to San Isidro, I lived at this one place, a bad house in Tencar I pulled off before, but I went to get some food one time and a cop stopped me on the way and he's like, where are you going? I'm just going to get some food, buy something. I'm hungry. I'm taking my uniforms for wash and this and that. They they get on the car. They start asking me questions. They get my wallet. They do a search on me, and they see that I got my work shirts, and they're still searching on me. And they go like, "Do you know where you're going?" Yes, I'm heading home. What do you think? It's just 3 houses away from here. They didn't need to do that. I
No,
would
no,
have
no, no, no.
called in and report them, report their badges, but it wouldn't matter because I was in TJ.
Yeah, but yeah. So right before I but this was the funny part. And so I had because before I came in, in there and stuff like that, like, into TV and stuff like that, I got done buying me some more lighters for me to have a job for, and I had them on me and everything. And the only thing that found out, he says that next time you come across us, make sure you're only carrying one lighter. But it said like almost like in a joking manner, like
Yeah, it's like you can joke around with the people in Algodones because usually when you cross, they ask you, "What are you bringing stuff with you?" And no names, but he go, "Yeah, are you carrying something with you?" Just my drugs. But of course, they knew that he meant the medicine he bought
yeah.
that he was taken back.
Uh,
So I
but it's
just
just,
I'm just taking back home my drugs.
but
That's
yeah.
all.
There was one time. It's oh no, no. The last is after he said that, he pulled me a little way and stuff like that from the others like that where no one else could hear what he was like telling me. He's like, hey, if you have any problem with the local police, let one of us know.
Man, you lucked out.
Because you know why? Because that day that we showed up in TJ, me and my other two friends, was the day that that the Tijuana police, local police got their guns back.
Damn.
Because for a while, for a very long time, the confiscated military police confiscated their guns
No.
because there was a lot of accidental shootings. Wink, wink.
You know what was kind of crazy though? Crossing at 4 o'clock for my into my apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Next thing I know, I see a freaking gray armored car pulling off where I used to go and buy my Japanese food. And then I see guys going back and forth, moving throughout the building. I'm walking. I look at that guy like this. I remember good. He had, I think it was an auto raffle. I look at that guy. He looks at me. I'm like, and we're not talking about your whites and whites and black guys. We're talking about the hardcore guys, the guys in gray. So I look at him. Of course, he had his cover up on his face. You could only see his eyes because he was wearing a cap. So I look at him and he looks at me. I start walking and I'm like, I'm just gonna pretend I didn't see this. But what happened? And this wasn't planned. It was either A, that something was about to happen, or B, I came across an operation already and they were up and she was going to start and I was in the middle of it.
Yeah. Okay. Another good example of something I witnessed. I'm like, but yeah, it was when me and my wife like that went into Mexicali to go and meet up with my aunt, my want to be into like that aunt, my aunt is like that, my uncle's new wife and everything, and with my aunt Ophelia and everything, and some hang out and all that stuff, and all that stuff done in Mexicali and stuff like that. When we got done coming across like that when we were inside Mexicali, and there was a point to a spot where we went and there was a bunch of these steps like that. When we went and sat down for a little bit, and there was this one guy that's like that. One I can tell some Mexicali residents like that came up to me and approached me. He's like, "You know where I can buy some drugs?" And I'm looking at him like, "I don't know." And then that's when me and Jim keep walking, and then we sit down. About 3, 4 minutes later, here comes a white and blue van. Pulls up, it's like that, like not that far from where we were sitting. Pulls up. Here comes a couple Mexicali PD officers, like, and then next thing they start arresting a whole mess of people. And one of those was that guy that came and approached me and asked me that question. And I'm looking, and then the cop, one of the Mexicali police officers, like, turns, looks at me, gives me this look like, "You did not see anything, and I would recommend you to
Live.
leave."
No, y eso es lo raro. Cuando uno cruza a Tijuana o Mexicali, ese es un tremendo despelote. Es por decir, un día recuerdo cuando me fui a vivir a Tijuana. Estoy entrando para ir al apartamento a dormir. Son las 4 de la mañana. Llega un carro blindado gris. Luego se bajan unas personas, rodean el lugar donde frecuentaba comprarme comida china. Y veo a uno, un oficial tiene, si recuerdo, tenía un rifle automático, encapuchado como el comandante Marcos, esto y lo otro. Lo veo, él me ve, luego bajo la cabeza, empiezo a caminar y digo, aquí no vi nada. Pero lo que cruzó en mi mente esa vez es, una, ¿qué diablos estaba haciendo aquí? ¿Qué está pasando? Y dos, posiblemente llegué a la hora de que iba a haber un operativo en acción. Así que tuve suerte de vivir para contarlo, por decir. Y aprendí mi lección. Nunca debí de haberme movido, pero bajo influencias, eso fue lo que gané.
Yeah, but
It's
yeah,
like I learned my lesson. I shouldn't move, but I
yeah,
had to learn the hard way. So
yeah, but
I had to go under influences, and that's what
yeah,
got me.
yeah, but everyone, everyone's not perfect. So we all make our make sometimes like I do things like that that we regret later on in life. But it's just it was a saying: you live, you learn. So if you've learned from your past errors and have not made those errors again, then you have fully matured.
And you heard this on cartoons, especially Human or Joe? More than likely Back to the Future on the cartoon. You cannot. Actually, it was the quote from Back to the Future 3 where Doc says, "You know what? Your future's not written, so make the best of it."
Yep, yep. Because technically, that is true in a sense. You don't know what your future is because you haven't written your future.
So
So
live at your
live life
fullest.
to the fullest, but not too hard where you affect the possible future. Because you don't want to reach that future and look back like I should not have went that direction after all. Should not have started on that path. I should have went the other way. But at least if you look at, there's only one person in this whole creation of it that knows what your future is, but he wants you to find out yourself. He'll leave doors. He'll have doors in front of you and everything for you to walk through, so you can walk through that one path that leads to the future that he knows exists there for you. But some people just want to create their own future, and sometimes they do it in a way where later on, like I said, once they reach it, they look back like, I was a total idiot then, and look at what's happening to me now because I was that total idiot. So just live life to the fullest, but not to the extent where it will damage your future.
Man, talking about quoting things, I have a bunch of them.
Yeah, I
I
know.
should
Same
have.
here, same here, same here.
And one of them, I'll never. Which one was it? Man, I
No,
can't remember what I'm
to me, the
saying. But
best thing to do with you say guiding your own future is to keep one saying in mind: treat others the way you want to be treated. And if you guide your future
exactly.
like that, you'll never have any regrets once you reach that future because you will have more friends and more people you could trust because you those are the people that you treated them the way you want them to treat you.
True.
And because you treated them with the way that they would want you to treat them, they'll return that same way back at you. And because of that, then you're growing true. I mean, and yeah, everyone has friends, but how many of you have
Yeah.
true?
Yeah. Who's your true friend?
Who's your true friend? Friends, just the word
Yeah,
friend.
friends you could have
Many,
many,
many.
but who's your
But
true
who's your
friend?
true friend?
And also, there's that thing. You
You can't trust your friends. You can't trust your family. You can't trust your enemies.
and you cannot trust your own
Your
shadow.
own shadow.
No, but that wasn't
No,
what
no,
I
no,
was
no.
going to say.
Oh,
What I was going to say is, you keep your friends close to you, but your enemies closer.
even closer.
And I think that's important because you
Yeah,
gotta
because
know
if
the
you look at it
person,
without your enemies.
but not judge it.
No,
Though.
no, no, no. The one thing is
You
without,
should never
yeah,
judge a
without,
book by its cover.
yeah. The one thing is some enemies can end up being
Your
a
friends,
friend
and that's true. Believe me.
because of this one thing. Their enemy could also be your enemy, so they'll be there for you because you share one thing in common, the same kind of enemy. So your enemy be your friend because of another enemy, which is also your enemy and their enemy.
Hay, hay muchas formas de lidiar con la situación. Básicamente hay todo tipo de soluciones y diferentes dichos. Por ejemplo, hay uno que dice, um, ¿cómo es esto? Debes de tener siempre a tus amigos cerca, pero a tus enemigos más cerca. Y como estaba diciendo Shantae, mientras más cerca tengas a tu enemigo, y si hay otro enemigo, pueda que a la larga se convierta en tu aliado, porque tienen algo en común, ambos son enemigos. Um, y hay otro dicho que dice, no hay que juzgar nunca a la persona a un libro por su cubierta, y es cierto. Pero a veces eso puede resultar en mala posición, y eso fue lo que me pasó a mí. no juzgué a esta persona, me advirtieron cómo era, no quise escuchar y a la hora de la hora mm, vino el momento de la decepción y ni modo, tuve que aprender. So you know that I also had this one incident, and I told you about this guy I met.
Yeah.
Oh, my mom didn't trust him, and well, shouldn't even brought that up into the conversation because of the.
No.
But the fact is, my mom and another person knew that there was something shady about him, and I didn't. I always told them, "Hey, why are you gonna judge them without knowing them?" So it happened that it backfired on me because yeah, there was something shady, and I didn't realize until I had to give up my job and I had other crap. And if it wasn't for my mom and this other person, I would be stuck in TJ. I mean, he was like a friend. We were roommates. We were supposed to pay the apartment. I was the one who paid the apartment. Uh, it was just too much.
Yeah, it is true. It's it was like, okay, here's a good example. There's this one friend that I've known for a very long time. I known him ever since high school and everything, and then there was one time and stuff. He was down on his luck and needed a roof over his head and everything, and being a friend and went and stuff, and my wife and stuff was okay with the idea and everything. So we let him stay at one of our apartments and stuff, and there was one night he was stepped into the bathroom and was in there for a very long time. And I tried to, as my wife needed the bathroom for some reason, and I went to the bathroom door to get his attention and everything like that. Going, hey, she needs the bathroom and everything, and then comes out and everything, and then it's like that, and then so he has like mental issues, so he talks in his sleep, which was starting to get annoying and was starting to bug us. But that didn't really wasn't why we told him, hey, just don't come back. Was after stuff. So the next day stuff, we found some. It was one time, so my wife just like pulled me into the bathroom and go, like, hey, look at this. What is that? Um, he was stuck in the bathroom for the guy once because he was doing drugs in our bathroom. Hi, can you help us decorate this restaurant? When I noticed that evidence, I was like, you know what? My trust for him is like went out the window, and I pulled all communications from him, everything and stuff, and then brought it forward to the one only other friends I had that talked to him and everything, and something would you say would that this guy and some would actually listen to, and he even chewed his blood out and things like that for how he treated, because we should have because there was one of the times and stuff that Spirit let him stay over at her other place, and there was one time Spirit walks into and walks.
When I give names of people who already did those, give names.
No, I'm not giving names. No, no,
You
yeah,
just
yeah,
did.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But our
All right,
communities
all
don't
right, all
know
right,
who these
all right,
people are.
all right. So, go on.
But she knows my name. But and so but the other friends stuff like that walked in and caught him doing something to himself out in the out in the open inside the apartment.
Oh,
Yeah.
he was right.
Hmm.
He had to release the soldier at the wrong time.
Yeah, in an apartment where a woman lives.
Yeah.
Yeah. And stuff, but yeah, it's just this kind of stuff. What I said, he ends up being homeless because his mom just finally just said could not handle the one just so just tears the door just
Is it the same guy I know by any chance?
Francisco Francisco when it's essential to the D.
It's not the same guy.
No, no, no. Hey, you remember Francisco from IBC, the big, huge
Yeah.
guy that would always be around Doug
Oh, I
and
thought you
David?
were talking about freaking. Okay, okay.
Mhm, yeah,
Go on.
Francisco.
Now it clicked.
Yeah.
Go on.
But but yeah, it's just especially after finding what he found in the bath in the trash can in the bathroom, it was like what that was loud. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. I'm like, and drugs aren't those kind of drugs that he was doing was not allowed in our. We don't accept those kind of drugs in our apartment. Uh-uh. But yeah, it's just there's
You don't
even
know what
friends
kind of
that you've
people you
known for a
run
long
into.
time could sometimes be people you can't really trust anymore.
Yeah, even your friends. That's
Yeah.
kind of
So
sad.
yeah. Anyways, hey, you want to take another break?
Yeah, it's
About that time, guys. We're
waiting
gonna
for
take
a long time.
yeah. So we're actually so we're gonna go for a few more hours after this break, and then we're gonna
So we'll be right back.
yeah.
It did pop both of us,
Hello.
right?
Hello.
Did it pop yours? Is your mic
Yo,
muted
yo,
or
yo.
what?
Hello.
Wait,
No.
is it muted?
Hello.
No
There.
sound.
No.
I
I
had
had
my
my
mic
mic
off.
off.
Here, here.
Here.
When I said break, I went,
You close the mic.
yeah. Hey,
Hey,
Arctic.
Arctic.
Welcome
Welcome
into
into
the
the
Geek
Geek
Live
Live
podcast
podcast
that's
that's
been
been
going
going
on
on
for,
for
Quite a while now,
since 12
12
hours
hours
now.
now.
roughly.
Roughly
Roughly
12
12
hours.
hours.
So
So
we're
we're
going to
gonna
go
go
for a
for a
few
few
more
more
hours
hours
and
and
then
then
call
call
it.
it.
Probably
Probably
not
not
even
even
a
a
few
few
hours.
hours.
Probably
Probably
to finish
finish
off
off
this
this
hour.
hour.
So,
So
and
and
then
then
I'll call it
call it.
because
Because
our
our
bodies
bodies
are going
are like
Well,
turning into
imagine,
zombies.
imagine 12 hours straight.
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Our
our
brains
brains
feel
feel
like
like
mush,
mush,
like mashed
mashed
potatoes,
potatoes,
and
and
our
our
body
body
feels
feels
like a
like a
zombie.
zombie.
And I'm
I'm
starting to
starting
get
to
a
get a
little bit
little
of a
bit of a
headache
headache
because
because
of
of
how
how
long
long
I've
I've been
been sitting
sitting
here
here
Tell me about it.
and
and
everything.
everything.
So
So
yeah,
yeah,
it's my
my
eyesight's
eyesight's
starting to
starting
get
to
a
get a
little
little
blurred,
blurred.
but
But
that's
that's
just
just
because
because
I'm
I'm
getting
getting
tired.
tired.
But
But
other
other
than
than
that,
that,
okay,
okay,
what
what
were
were
we
we
talking
talking
about?
about?
Oh
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
friends
friends
you,
you,
some friends
friends
you
you
thought
thought you
you trusted
trusted
for
for
so
so
long
long
end
end
up
up
being the
being
ones
ones
that
that
you
you
can't
can't
trust
trust
anymore
anymore
because
because
of
of
little
little
issues
issues
that
that
they
they
pulled
pulled
that
that
were
were
like
like
the
the
final
final
straw.
straw.
Yeah, sadly enough.
Or
Or
you
you
say
say
on
on
They
purpose
just.
purpose
decide to
decide to
change
change
phone
phone
numbers
numbers
so
so
that
that they
they can't
can't
get
get
in con or
con or
their
their
so-called
so-called
friend in
friend
their
in their
minds
mind
can't
can't
keep
keep
in
in
contact
contact
with
with
them.
them.
Oh, it all
It
depends.
all
All
depends.
depends.
Okay, I
Okay, I
understand.
understand.
One
One
had to
had to
get a
get
new
a new
number and
number and
all
all
that
that
because
because
of
the
issue
issue
with the
with the
phone. All
phone,
that.
all
Okay,
that. Okay,
that's
that's
understandable.
understandable.
But
But
not.
not.
But
But
the
the
problem
problem
was
was
The
not
not
one you
relaying the
say,
relaying the
number
number
over.
over.
oh yeah, yeah, that's just.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not
Not
relaying the
relaying the
number
number
over
over
after
after
changing
changing
it
it
because of
because
an
of an
issue
issue
with the
with the
phone.
phone.
And
But
then
then
getting a
we
brand new
don't
phone
know.
with a
Phone with
new
a new
number
number
and
and
not
not
relaying.
relaying.
Yeah, but we don't know if
Yeah,
even
yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
mom pass out the message. That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's
It's
just
just
I'm
I'm
no,
no,
I'm
I'm
just
just
not
not.
as a I'm
I'm
saying
saying
that
that
as
as
like an
like an
example
example of
of you
you
say
say
like
like
what
what
friends
friends
would
would
do
do
if
if
they
they
were
crossing
crossing those
those
lines
lines
and
and
not
not
being
being
trustworthy
trustworthy
anymore.
anymore.
Yeah, well,
Doing
Doing
stuff
stuff
like
like
that.
that.
Like
Like
you
you
say,
say,
making
making
a
a
little,
little,
you
you
say
say
like
I
have
have
an
an
issue
issue
with
with
their
their
phone,
phone,
having to
having to
replace
replace
it,
it,
and
and
then
then
getting a
getting
new
a new
number
number
and
and
just. But
but
I
I
would
would
understand
understand
if the
if the
person
person
was
was
like
like
get
get
so
so
busy
busy
that
that
they
they
don't
don't
have
have
time
time
to
to
really
really
pass
pass
it
it
around and
around and
all
all
that,
that.
and
And
that's
that's
so
so
understandable
understandable
in
in
some
some
situations.
situations.
But
But
or
or
the
the
mom
mom
is,
is
and
and
he's
he's
just
just
not
not
as a just is
is
so
so
busy
busy
that
that
he's
he
didn't
didn't
get the
get the
time
time
to
or the
get it
mom doesn't give him the
the
message.
message because she's finally
finally
going
going
like,
like, eh,
you
you
need
need
better
better
friends.
friends.
That could
That
be
could be
also a
also a
possibility.
possibility.
But
But
I'm
I'm
just
just
saying
saying
possibilities.
possibilities.
We
We
don't
don't
know the
know the
full
full
facts
facts
yet.
yet.
But
But
I'm
I'm
just
just
stating
saying
possible
possible
outcomes
outcomes
of
of
what
what
it
it
could
could
have
have
been
been
the
the
reasons.
reasons.
Because
Because
I've
I've
experienced
experienced
so-called
so-called
friends
friends
that
that
have
have
pulled
pulled
those
those
same
same
kind of
kind of
tricks.
tricks.
Oh yeah.
And
And
everything
everything
like,
like,
oh,
oh,
got a
got a
new
new
number,
number,
and
and
I'm
I'm
like,
like,
okay, you
okay,
got a
got a
new
new
number.
number.
Where? What
What
is
is
it?
it?
You
You
never
never
passed
passed
it
it
to
to
me, and
me,
I
and I
thought
thought
we
we
were
were
best
best
friends.
friends.
Or
Or
and
and
stuff. But
something
yeah, it's
else.
just it's
It's
like
like
you
you
mentioned
mentioned
earlier.
earlier.
It's
It's
like
like
that.
that.
That you
You
have
have
two
two
people
people
that
that
warned
warned
you
you
about
about
one
one
person.
person.
So
So
I
I
think
think
that
that
sometimes
sometimes
some
some
parents
parents
that
that
they'll
they'll
literally
literally
start
start
feeling
feeling
something
something
off
off
about
about
someone.
someone.
No,
No,
you know
no,
what?
I
I don't
don't
want you
want you
around
around
that
that
person
person.
anymore.
But you have to go like a dumbass
And follow through.
And
And
then
so you
you learn
follow,
the hard
yeah,
way.
and you follow your instincts instead of factual instincts that other people's are warning you about because they said something and saw something in someone that you were blinded on
Yep.
because you trusted that person enough to believe everything they told you until it backfires.
Mhm.
I've had those, and some of those and stuff ended up everything backfired. There was a few of them at Job Corps that backfired, but ended up and stuff. They actually they didn't backfire on me. It backfired back on them by them being dragged off of Job Corps campus by MPs. Because one of them and stuff like that, it backfired on them and stuff like that when they got caught with my computer. Yeah, they were arrested off campus. But they were arrested and stuff like that, but they didn't have the computer on them and stuff because they already sold it to someone else off campus. But later on, so it was traced and all that stuff. But I did get reimbursed by Job Corps for it being stolen. They covered the loss of it and reimbursed me on added it to one of my other payouts, one of my paychecks and stuff like that from Job Corps. They added it to it. Instead of just getting the normal 100, I got 100 plus whatever the laptop was worth, which that was under the agreement that of the report I made on it that I would get anything back and stuff if they weren't able to if it wasn't able to be returned. And anyway, Job Corps was forced to by the city of San Diego, by Imperial Beach PD and everything, and so by the city of Imperial Beach, it's a forced Job Corps to refund me the money of what it's worth because the report got to MPs and the MPs passed it to Imperial Beach PD. Right. There's parts of Imperial Beach you do not want to walk down or be around, so like that because of the gang activity.
Mm. Well, you gotta be careful with people you meet in job corps.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah. I've learned that the hard way a couple of times.
I spotted, and this is real, guys. I had to be protected by them for 3 months because I spotted some guys that had stole uh, a store. And when I heard the descriptions, I'm like, wait a second, I know these guys. Wait, they're the same guys that go and bug me at the Miramar Middle School. And when I saw the pictures, I'm like, shit, yes, it's them.
But yeah, it was like, um, well, and so we got one of the Job Corps shuttles so like that to the mall there in Imperial Beach, and we got done. I was hanging out there, and we all were out waiting for the shuttle to take us back. And while we were waiting, all of us are out there waiting and stuff like that. The weirdest thing is, guess what colors I was wearing?
I don't know.
No,
Hmm?
red.
Hmm?
Red.
Okay.
What gang in California has red?
You're talking about them.
The Bloods.
Okay.
But if you look at stuff, I was like behind the group of the others like that was you saying just wing there. and there was one of the other students and stuff that was there was an African American male. And next to note, here comes this car, stops. The guy gets out, who also African American male, comes out, and it's like that. It was like in the middle of the street, looking at the direction and stuff like that of us, but mostly his eyes were mostly on that other African American male, and he's one like, "What do you bang? What do you bang?" And so we're all like, "What in the world?" We're all like freaking out. He's like, keeps on repeating that, and we're like not answering. No one's answering him back, all that kind of stuff. And he's on like, and then he starts like walking away. And the first words I was wrong while he walks away to go back to his car, "I'm gonna be back with a nine. I'm gonna smoke your ass." And we're all like, "Holy shit!" So one of us gets a hold of Job Corps and goes, "Hey, this is what's going on. We're afraid of our lives. This is what's happening." And guess what security guard comes and picks us up?
Good old show.
Hmm He crams us into the security van, into the back of the security van, shuttle van, and so they have we were crammed into the back part and so like that, so we could stay low because the guy ends up trying to you say tail us
Damn.
and everything. So, but Shell he knew how to maneuver that thing to out do you say get him off his tail and everything. He was on the phone and like that, no, letting Job Corps, Illinois, we're on the way, and this is what's going on, blah blah blah, and everything. And when he pulls us in, brings us into to Job Corps itself, the first thing we did was we sat right in front of the security office, go in, and we start filling out witness reports that will eventually get turned into Imperial Beach PD. And I'm like, that was the first and last time I ever went to the mall. Because I was scared to even step foot in that side of Imperial Beach for a very long time. Because I did not know if I was going to bump into that guy or what. But it was weird. I'm white, wearing red, and I didn't get pointed out.
I used to go to the mall and
That big outdoor mall there in Imperial Beach.
I never had any problems.
No, but it was like really late at night, and it was like just the right moment.
Good.
Oh no.
Sorry, I did kick it with my ex-girlfriend at the park close to the to Miramar School where I was
hmm
with
And I
my
know where
activities
exactly that's at.
till 2 o'clock in the morning, which was um, the adults um,
Curfew.
curfew.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we were walking back to the dock or nothing happened. We just had to report at the main gate and that was it. Go to our dorms. But man,
I'm checking something here. Yeah. So, only yes. So, eh, see, it's my call to end it when call it end it whenever.
right now.
Yeah, because I'm technically
That's it.
Hmm.
All right, guys. So
About we're gonna go probably 2 or 3 more minutes, and then we're gonna end it. So if you wanna, you say whatever we did talk about. If you wanna finish it with a translation, and then we'll end it.
bueno, tanto como yo y Shantae tuvimos experiencias similares en Jockford y muchas de ellas tuvimos que aprender y rápido. Es mejor no cometer errores porque a la larga se pueden meter en una bronca donde nadie los pueda ayudar.
Uh, the only is but warthogs with warthog we just warthog. So the only other because the rest are probably already. I already know Speedy. She's already
Okay,
asleep because
we better check out.
yeah. Alrighty, so let's start passing it. Oh, and so let's get ready to end this, and we'll see you guys in the next one. The next podcast is scheduled the 18th of this month, and then the final podcast for the month of August will be the 30th. So we'll see you guys then. This is Shantae the Geek signing off. May the force be with you always. Once a ranger, always a ranger. Ciao.
And Leon, as always saying, take care, take care of yourselves. Until then, peace out. Sure.